Доброго ранку, шановні учасники, гості зібрання. Реформа, яка допомагає Україні...
Good morning, dear participants of this meeting, the reform which helps Ukraine to fight for sovereignty and independence and to resist powerfully the Russian aggressors. This is the characteristic given by our foreign friends and partners. Ukrainian researchers say that the achievements of decentralization became decisive for the formation of confidence and unity in the society. Indeed, we all observe the high level of resistance of communities under war conditions. Even those who are occupied maintain a higher level of resistance, and those who are in the rear do everything possible for Ukrainian victory. And today, when the war is taking place for more than a year, Ukraine resisting the aggressors at the same time is focused on the reforms. And one of the priorities is the reform of local self-government and territorial organization of authorities, which we used to call decentralization. So we gathered here in order to discuss these issues, and I declare our forum open, and I welcome all the participants and organizers of the forum. This is the Ministry of the Development of Communities and Infrastructure, DESPRO, and International Development Agency project Hoverla. At the same time, I draw attention of the participants to the fact that you can choose the language of translation in the relevant button in Zoom, helping Ukraine to respond to urgent needs caused by the war. The mission of USAID in Ukraine believes that decentralization remains extremely important for democratic future of Ukraine and improving the life of our citizens. And the large-scale projects implemented by the mission in the area of local self-government show this, like Hoverla project. So I'm pleased to give the floor to our esteemed guest, the Director of the Department of Promotion of Democracy and Governance in Ukraine, Mark Ellenstadt. Mark, the floor is yours. I see Marat Kerchevsky at the screen. Is my understanding correct that
Самоврядування і децентралізації буде зараз з нами спілкуватися? Ні. Тоді ми чекаємо Марка Елінстада. Пане Елінстад, чи чуєте нас?
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, dear Deputy Minister, members of the Rada, esteemed heads of Oblast administrations, dear mayors. I'm honored to be with you today to move towards our shared vision of decentralization reform in Ukraine. I'm pleased to welcome you all to Decentralization 2023, the legislative agenda in conditions of war. Last year, we held a similar forum to set the legislative agenda in the sphere of decentralization for 2022. Unfortunately, the unprovoked Russian aggression changed many priorities that year. However, I'm pleased that despite the war, we can continue this tradition and define priorities for legislation in the sphere of decentralization for this upcoming year. Decentralization is one of Ukraine's most successful reforms. I'm deeply impressed by the strong efforts to uphold decentralization reform despite the full-scale war. We're very heartened to see that draft laws have been proposed to continue the previously planned path towards strengthening institutionalization of local self-government and its further reform based on the core values of Europe. This commitment to progress is a testament to the Ukrainian people's determination and perseverance. Many politicians and researchers today are united in the opinion that the achievements of decentralization reform allowed Ukrainian communities to withstand the challenges caused by the war. In the past year, we've seen countless examples of bottom-up initiatives from local governments, but also from citizens of these communities to respond to acute needs. The levels of commitment and of the entrepreneurial spirit are quite amazing. The world thanks you for your work and is very impressed with how resilient Ukraine has been over this very challenging last year. I'm pleased to see that today we have participation from diverse segments of central government, Rada, and communities across Ukraine. I think this forum will provide a useful platform for all stakeholders to be involved and heard. I'm confident this will contribute to the successes of decentralization reform in Ukraine. In partnership, we will be able to overcome the challenges brought by war and rebuild the country during the post-war reconstruction. On behalf of the US government, I want to assure you that the American people stand with you now and in the future. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава, і ми вам дякуємо, пане.
Glory to heroes, and we thank you, Mr. Ellen Stott, and the whole team of USAID in Ukraine and the whole American people. Now we have Strasbourg online. I welcome Claudia Luciani, Director of Human Dignity, Equality and Governance at the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe made huge contribution to the results of decentralization in Ukraine. And currently, any important document concerning reform may be left without attention of the European partners who help Ukraine to develop modern system of self-government, which would correspond to European Charter of Local Self-Government. And I know that in autumn last year, there was a high-level dialogue in Strasbourg with participation of Ukrainian governmental delegation, where you paid a lot of attention to decentralization in Ukraine. So giving the floor to you, Madam Luciani, we hope that there is a joint action plan for 2023 between the Council of Europe and decentralization stakeholders in Ukraine to continue reforms. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning from Strasbourg. Dear Vice Prime Minister, dear members of the Parliament, dear mayors, dear participants, dear friends. I have indeed the pleasure to address you on behalf of the Council of Europe at this very important
На початку
forum.
першої панелі, на початку.
Can you hear me? Yes?
The interpreter, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Then I shall continue. A few days ago, we marked 1 year of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the darkest year for the European community as a whole, and everything it stands for since the Second World War. The Council of Europe strongly supports the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and its European integration path. It is the first and only international organization that took very quick action to respond to violence and disrespect of European values and violations of international law. As you know, the Russian Federation was expelled from our organization as early as March 2022. And today we reaffirm the need for a strong and unequivocal international legal response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Only last Friday, 24 February, the Committee of Ministers adopted a very important decision calling for full accountability and offering to set up a register of damage that hopefully will help towards preventing impunity and towards full accountability. Dear friends, the war demonstrates that the good democratic multi-level governance is now more important than ever. It is a key condition for ensuring democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And good governance at local level is especially important for ensuring Ukraine's endurance and resilience. Before the full-scale invasion, the reform of decentralization in Ukraine, it was said just before me, was recognized as one of the most important, popular, and successful reforms. It has led to the creation of bigger and stronger local authorities, which proved to be pivotal in resisting the aggression. Moreover, it became even more popular in 2022, as demonstrated by one of our polls carried out last year, when 76.5% of Ukraine's inhabitants believed that the decentralization reform should be continued. This was a significant increase compared to just the previous year, where 63% believed so. The European standards, such as the European Charter of Local Self-Government, recommendations of the Committee of Ministers, case law of our European Court of Human Rights, and Venice Commission opinions, provide reliable guiding principles. Moreover, some experience and good practices have already developed within Ukraine. The decentralization should be continued and should accompany the reconstruction process and recovery in Ukraine, strengthening the resilience of public institutions, enhancing democratic governance, service provision, and the rule of law at subnational level. We're striving to support our member state Ukraine in every way possible in these difficult times. The new record for us, 50 million euro action plan for Ukraine for 2023-2026, called Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction, was recently developed together with the Ukraine authorities. With that, the Council of Europe continues its legal and policy advice to Ukraine. In November last year, we launched a high-level dialogue with the national partners on the Ukrainian side, led by Deputy Speaker Karnienko, on good democratic governance in the post-war period. Following the agreement with the national partners, we're preparing now an opinion on the roadmap of the next phase of the decentralization reform in Ukraine. To conclude, I wish to reiterate Council of Europe's full solidarity with Ukraine, its people, and the authorities. We will continue doing our utmost to support Ukraine in its aspiration towards a European future, good democratic governance, and peace. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава, дякуємо, пані Лучані. Насправді ми дуже відчуваємо цю підтримку Ради Європи.
Glory to heroes. Thank you, Madam Luciani, and we feel this support from the Council of Europe. Extremely grateful for this to you. Some brief announcement to the participants during the forum. We're going to have online voting on the need to draft new laws or introduce amendments to existing laws in terms of supporting reform and decentralization. The voting will take place on the platform slido.com. In order to participate, you have to join www.slido.com and follow the identificator. Number is 165233, or scan the QR code. This way you will enter the questions. You can find information on the page below the forum and decentralization portal, or in the chat of our Zoom. Before getting to the first discussion, I would like to say that more than 600 participants registered at our forum, more than 600 representatives of local self-governments from 24 oblasts, and after each discussion we'll have time for the participants to make their comments, remarks, or put questions to our speakers. Then prepare, because now we have the first discussion dedicated to the issue of a legal foundation for restoring of the community's infrastructures. And because the Ministry of Infrastructure is the major central authority responsible for policy in the area of restoration of regions, territories, and infrastructure which suffered armed aggression by Russian Federation on Ukraine. So I'm giving the floor to the Deputy Minister, Madam Alexandra Azarkhina.
Please, the floor is yours. Good morning. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to join in this very important forum. We all are aware that war has been going on for a year, and our resolve for reform is getting stronger. I'm very thankful to our partners, primarily the USAID, for continuing to support our reform in such difficult conditions when our focus is put on more urgent needs. Vice Prime Minister Kubrakov apologizes for not being able to join. We've discussed the agenda with him, and we knew that it's very important to focus on it now, and we are glad that in an online forum we are able to cover so many people. I hope we will be able to cover major points. Primarily, they will be related to three blocks of issues. The first one is recovery in the broadest meaning of the word, not just in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of institutions. How we are going to create a system in which recovery will be primarily in the interests of people and their ability to contribute. Another project which is close to that is prioritization, how we gather necessary data to analyze, to take stock of where we stand, and to take the right decisions as to where we are going to use state investments and investments from individual contributors. The third block of issues is related to our legislative initiatives, the present and future ones. Over the weekend, we had a discussion with donors and the general public as to where we stand on the issues of decentralization and regional policy. Obviously, the personnel changes which have taken place brought us to a more active dialogue and a better understanding of our priorities. These issues are related to local self-governance, law and order at the local level, and we also now have to review our regional strategy until 2027 and to integrate these processes in our European aspirations. And the final point that I'd like to draw your attention to, and I hope that we'll be focusing that as well, is about digital instruments to make sure that our work is more accountable and transparent without any traces of corruption. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. The Committee of the Parliament for Regional Development and Urban Development is represented by a Member of Parliament, Olena Shulak. And since this line committee is directly related to our recovery drive, I would like to ask Ms. Shulak to contribute to our discussion. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you for your participation, and I thank the partners for the opportunity to take part in this very important discussion. We all are kind of limited in time now. That's why I will be very brief speaking about our vision of the process of rebuilding, recovery in Ukraine. Speaking about recovery, we have to focus on three aspects. First of all, operational reconstruction, and this year has shown how fast the local self-governance bodies and our communities can respond to the challenges that arise when we need to repair critical infrastructure or to deal with energy facilities or to improve transportation networks or to do something related to demining efforts, for instance. If we speak about operational recovery and fast reconstruction, there are no major problems there because all the branches of power are actively involved and they're quite fast on that. Another issue that I'd like to underline is the standards and rules according to which we're going to prepare our country for large-scale recovery. The committee has already done some things and developed some rules. I will briefly mention them. First of all, we've changed our approach to the issues of security. Last year, we adopted a law, a draft law, which is about changing the whole system of civil defense. This is the wrong slide, by the way. I will speak about this a bit later. And you would be aware that as we draft new sites and territories for urban development. We take into account issues related to bomb shelters, creating new ones and improving the already existing ones, as well as the construction of parking lots and so on, so that our citizens would be in safety. Another area that the committee was working in is related to integrational laws and energy efficiency issues. This is an issue which is very relevant, especially against the backdrop of energy blackmail that Russia is engaged in. All our reconstruction projects should take into account the issues of energy efficiency. Another issue which is related to new standards is about ecology and environment, because more than 200,000 hectares of Ukrainian land are heavily mined. And we should understand that in some territories we will require 7 years or even longer to clear all the mines. This is an issue which is also related to the environmental problems. Another issue which we are very much concerned about is what to do uh, with the sites which have been totally destroyed, and what to do with the debris. We're talking about 2 million tons of debris, and in Kharkiv, for instance, the scope of wreckage is really enormous, and we need to do something about this. How to process this wreckage? How do we use the products of this processing? All these are open issues now. That's why we are now planning with the relevant committees to develop new rules and procedures to make that happen. Another aspect is related to further reform. Ms. Azarkhina has already touched upon that. Obviously, we are not going to stop in this drive as regards decentralization. We're talking about a number of draft laws related to the work of local self-governance bodies and public administration, civil service, and the participation of communities in decision-making, local self-governance bodies. All those issues will be in the focus of attention of our committee. And today I would like to focus your attention on to what extent our communities are going to be involved in the reconstruction drive. Recently, the Verkhovna Rada Parliament adopted very important law, 7198. Now it is being cleared with the Speaker of the Parliament and is going to be submitted for signature to the President. This draft law is about compensation to our citizens for the destroyed or damaged housing. As of last year, using the app Dia, people could inform us about that, and we know that more than 330,000 notices to that effect have already been received. This is about 23 million square meters of ruined and damaged housing area. This is not the final figure, and we understand that the figures are going to be updated as we go along. When the law starts working, we will help our citizens to update the relevant data with the involvement of notaries and centers of social protection. We will have a network of local branches of these services to help people to get compensation as quickly as possible. As regards the very mechanism of compensation, if we talk about partially destroyed or damaged housing, we already have some experience of dealing with that on the occupied territories when we used international donations and local budgetary funds to provide necessary assistance to people in the form of construction works. So we're going to continue that practice, but we also consider not just that when the local governance helps people to repair their housing, but we, on top of that, will think about how to provide people with additional targeted monetary supports to be able to repair their houses on their own. As regards to destroyed houses, there are several mechanisms of compensation. The first one will be about housing certificates, which will be used when people will have their flats, for instance, in blocks of flats which cannot be repaired. People will get housing certificates, and they will be able to use those certificates for an comparable housing. They will be able to choose the area of the residence, either on the primary, on the secondary market, or in brand new high-rise houses. If people have private houses totally destroyed, they will have two options, two mechanisms of compensation, either a housing certificate or targeted funds for building works or for construction materials. We are consulting now with people who had their dwellings destroyed or damaged in the rural areas, and most people would like to fix their houses on the very land plots where they lived. But for people who would like to move elsewhere, because sometimes this is about relocation of their businesses or something like that. Sometimes people have to relocate, and therefore we will not limit them to their place of residence. So as you can see, the mechanisms of compensations are quite varied. They might seem straightforward and simple, but at the same time, we need to engage quite a lot of effort at the local level to make sure that this mechanism works efficiently and fast. Next slide. I would like to show you the key processes which will take place at the level of communities, because it is on the communities and the quality of their services that the livelihood of people who suffered will depend on. With each community, there will be a relevant commission set up by the local self-governance bodies, and these commissions will have a technical, organizational, logistical roles. They will organize expert analysis to verify the level of damage to the housing, because all the notices which we see in GIA app will be translated into practical actions once this relevant commission has processed all those notices and makes its conclusion as to the technical condition of this housing, whether it can be repaired or if it is beyond repair. Such a commission, which will operate under local self-governance bodies and with the communities, will not be carrying out technical expert analysis on their own, but all the processes related to the organization of these analyses will be undertaken by those commissions from the time of the application to the receipt of housing certificates on the basis of a new register of damaged and ruined housing. All the organizational issues will be dealt by this commission.
There will be different people with different experience in this commission, but I want to reiterate that the work of this commission should be organized in such a way that the compensation is provided as soon as possible. We hope that the ministry will quickly draft legislative acts, because at the level of Cabinet of Ministers, the relevant amount of compensation per square meter in this or that region will be drafted, and also the Cabinet of Ministers will influence how well the order of work of the Commission and the order of providing this housing certificate be organized. But currently, I can say that local authorities and communities already can work with the register of ruined and damaged property. I know that more than 10,000 such objects have been included into this register. And I would recommend that while the drafting of this law is in process and signing of this process, the communities which suffered most, I would recommend them to cooperate with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, with the restoration authorities, because these issues of compensation should be transparent, fair, and will be implemented using digital instruments in the electronic format. Also, I would like to say some words about another draft law, which is in our committee. It has gone through the first hearing. It's being prepared for the second. We drafted this bill even before the beginning of large-scale invasion, but we believe that it should be revised because of a new situation, and because this draft concerned restructuring of the obsolete housing, but at the moment it may concern the ruined housing as well, and urban districts which are ruined. And the approaches to work with such objects should be revised, as well as the work should be revised, approaches to work with investors, with the residents who used to live in such houses, and the issues related to restructuring, reconstruction, or moving of these people to temporary housing, or other approaches related to sources of funding of such huge projects. Therefore, I would like to invite all interested in this to join the work on this draft bill. Our committee is open to such cooperation, so we invite our partners, local self-government authorities or experts to join us. And all the projects related to rebuilding and all draft bills will include the standards in terms of safety, energy efficiency, issues related to absence of barriers, environmental protection. All these issues in the rebuilding of the country will definitely be among the priorities. I thank you for an opportunity given to me to speak. I will be glad to answer your questions after the panel discussion. Thank you very much. I have a brief question to you. Recently, you announced drafting of city developing code. How will urban development code? How will it influence the situation? There is a number of parallel processes. Currently, the Parliament adopted a draft bill, which has been submitted to the President for signature. We're waiting for his decision on this draft. In this draft bill, it is based on total digitalization of all processes and all work of participants of construction work. For us, the work with the digital instruments is the priority, because currently it is one of the major mechanisms which help to combat corruption and provide publicly the information which is important for citizens, for businesses, for residents, for all who are engaged into the process of urban development. The issue of drafting urban development code. This code was drafted for more than 16 years, but it's very important to engage all stakeholders into this process. It is necessary to do now, and I hope that we'll manage to make a certain breakthrough, and this code will be drafted within short span of time, and our committee will only welcome such quick work. I would like to say that the code is a form, but it's very important to preserve the essence, the sense in terms of digitalization, the sense which would preclude the use of corrupt mechanisms in the process of rebuilding of new Ukraine. So I welcome participation of representatives of towns, cities, association of cities, local self-government, so that this process be as quick as possible. Thank you very much. At the moment, we have voting whether it's necessary to adopt urban development code, and you can find reference on Zoom or on slido.com site. You can vote on the one issue is on the screen. Also, I propose the participants to ask questions after the discussion. I think that the deoccupied communities would definitely have such questions. For instance, I see that Shevchenkov community, Severodonetsk community, Voskresensk community, Novobasan community, Borovля community, all the deoccupied territories. So please join us if you have questions or comments. Please join our discussion. And now I'm giving the floor to Alena Studenetska, head of the Directorate of Organizational Planning, Support of Regional Policy at the Office of the President. I welcome all the participants of the forum and thank the organizers for the initiative of this forum and for the opportunity to participate in it. We believe that the issue of identifying agenda on decentralization at the moment is extremely important for the communities in the process of reform. And I would like to say that the president issued a decree on setting up a Congress of local and regional councils under the auspices of the presidential office. And at the moment, we are thinking on making possible corrections into the work of this Congress. In terms of specific draft bills, there are bills registered at the relevant committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, on the basis of which the forum for discussion could be organized and relevant changes may be introduced. For instance, it is draft 8056, 4298. Also, for local self-government authorities, important is 7504 draft about the service in local self-government bodies. Also, we think important to adopt a law which would resolve the issue of administrative and territorial division of the country of Ukraine. Also, today will be listening very attentively the proposals of the participants of the forum in terms of legislative initiatives. Thank you for your attention. I thank the representative of the Office of the President. We have a hand. I see Tatiana Onyshchenko, Zavodska Territorial Community. Tatiana, we are ready to listen to you. Tatiana, can you hear us? Alex, please prompt me. Tatiana, if you hear us on your screen, if you have a window on your screen, please push the speaker button and switch on your microphone for us to be able to hear you. Unfortunately, we can't hear Tatiana. We also have Bereznivska Town Council, Natalia Selak. Natalia, please. Good morning. It was mentioned the draft law on service and local self-governments, and there is a point about deputy heads. In the current law, these deputy heads should be approved by the council, and who will dismiss them. There is no provision, but there is a proposal to change in the law, introduce change that the deputies are introduced for the period of executive committee at the authority, but I think it's not correct. I think it's better to introduce the for the period of the council at power. And I think it would make sense to regulate this issue, that the deputies be appointed for the period of operations of the council. Thank you for your question, but because we're not, this is the issue which does not concern restoration and infrastructure. After this panel, we will discuss this draft law. I hope that the speakers heard you and will be able to answer your comment. Maybe Zavodska community already hear us, and she is able to ask her question. Tatiana Onyshchenko, please. We unfortunately can't hear. Then you may write your question in the chat, and I will read it aloud. Then we finish our discussion on restoration of the community's infrastructure. We thank the speakers, and let's move further. As I said, we have online voting in progress, but the organizers also had such voting before the forum in terms of priorities of draft laws on decentralization. So now the president of the DESPRO organization, Oksana Arnetska, is going to present us with this information.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники форуму.
Good morning, dear participants. As Nadia has already said, I'm going to give you the results of the study of the poll carried out by DISPRO organization with the support of USAID Goverla project, by the priorities of a legislative agenda for 2023. As regards decentralization, the poll covered representatives of local self-governance by a standard survey. We presented a list of questions that the respondents were supposed to answer. And the list of questions was supplemented with several open-ended questions to which the respondents could give answers as they saw fit, and to add to what they believed as a necessary set of questions, to add to that the respondents' views and personal opinions. 354 respondents were involved, and their representatives of 310 territorial communities. The survey covers 24 oblasts of Ukraine, except for the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. As regards the sample, 305 respondents would be enough, and they to represent all the territorial communities which we have at the moment. In our survey, we had equal representation of rural, urban, and rural town or cellist communities. So the replies are quite well balanced and representative in terms of reflecting the vision of local self-governance by communities as regards the priorities of legislative initiatives and legislative agenda as regards decentralization. So, as regards the portrait of our respondents, along the lines of gender, 60% of respondents were women, 40% were men. And this represents the picture of the current local self-governance. Age-wise, we have a considerable preponderance of people of active age from 26 to 55. Unfortunately, there were a few young people and slightly more people of elder age. Obviously, we would like to see more young people among the local self-governance, but this is just by way of my wish. As regards the portrait profile of respondents, we sent out questionnaires in Google form to basically all the territorial communities in Ukraine. And out of those who replied and took part in the survey, we had 27% of heads, 20% of secretaries or chargés, 45% were heads of departments, very few elders, and there were some representatives of local administrations and local self-governance bodies. I'd like to explain something about that. Representatives of the associations are very few here, but this is okay because they post here as representatives of the associations. That's why there are so few. The first question of our survey was about local self-governance during martial law period. It was about changes and amendments to the laws of Ukraine 2259, dated 2022, about the regime of martial law. This is the draft law 7269. We see that the overwhelming majority of the representatives of local self-governance covered by our survey believe that changes and amendments to the aforementioned law should be made. This is pretty much a very unanimous view, as I already said before. And we introduced in our survey a number of open-ended questions where people would be able to express their personal opinions. This slide gives you a very brief set of most frequent views. And I'd like to add that all the replies to the open-ended questions have been clustered by us and systematized along the lines of frequency and topics, and they will be included into the full report about this survey. And I believe that we have to take these answers into consideration, because not everything can be taken into account in any set of questions. So as regards the most frequent views, this is about the giving back the right to the executive committee concerning the decisions about changes in the budget of the community, introducing changes and amendments to the law of Ukraine on the service in the local self-governance bodies, and primarily about the suspension of competitions for the filling of vacancies during the period of martial law. This is related to security because the competitions, tenders should include personal data, places of residence, and so on. And it is deemed as reasonable that during the martial law, we should suspend this as not to divulge sensitive personal information. These are the most frequently expressed opinions. The next question was about the importance of the adoption of laws of transition period, which will regulate administrative and territorial order in Ukraine and the restoration of territories after the occupation. As you can see, the overwhelming majority, that is about 80% of the respondents, believe it important and necessary to adopt the laws which would regulate administrative setup of the country and focus on the reconstruction of territories after the occupation. So basically, we can say that that view was pretty much unanimous. Today, we've heard about the state strategy of regional development until 2027, and our question was about whether it is necessary to introduce changes and amendments to the state strategy of regional development, and to whether it is necessary to adapt this strategy to the new environment of the martial law. As you can see, 74% of the respondents said yes, answered in the affirmatively, but there are those who believe that this would not be timely during the war. People are entitled to this opinion as well, but I'd like to point out that at the conference in Lugano, for instance, which took place last year, a lot of representatives of international community said that we need to do as much as possible now. So as when the war is over, everything would be ready for full-fledged reconstruction. But many men, many minds. We've asked the respondents to prioritize changes and amendments to the legislation about local self-governance, what they deem as a first priority, secondary priority, and last priority. 47% of the respondents said that priority number one would be that the draft law on changes and amendments to some laws of Ukraine about the improvement of local self-governance bodies and their individual positions during the martial law. Draft law 8056 should be considered as a matter of first priority. As a second priority, 31%. The draft law on administrative structure of Ukraine should be considered. As the third priority, there should be a draft law about delimitation of authorities of local self-governance bodies and the executive bodies in view of changes in the territorial order of the country. Draft laws 6281 and 6282. 18% spoke in favor of that. And the final priority was about the draft law on changes and amendments to the law of Ukraine about cooperation of territorial communities. 11% of respondents said that this should be the last priority. Again, people are entitled to this opinion, but I believe that this law is extremely important as regards the reconstruction drive and joint implementation by communities of large-scale projects of recovery. The following question was about the involvement of the general public to the development and decision-making as regards local issues. We meant primarily draft laws which have direct relation to local process of self-government and issues close to that. The first place was taken by the law on local referendum, the second one about public consultations, and the third place was taken by the law on local state administrations, public administrations. The active engagement of general public is largely related to the operation of and workings of local self-governance bodies. So this is quite a relevant opinion. I will give you some more answers to open-ended questions as regards the involvement of public at large. What should be changed? There should be a law on public initiative in the territorial development, on the bodies of self-organization, on a general assembly of citizens, on agglomerations, and further on, maybe the respondents were not quite attentive to the questions, and they mentioned the law on changes and amendments to the legislation regulating taxation of individual entrepreneurs. I'd like to remind you that all the answers have been systematized. We received up to 500 to 600 of these answers to open-ended questions, and all of them will be reflected in the report for the relevant ministries and parliaments to take them into account. Now we pass on to the ratings of draft laws which we included into the survey. This rating sets out the priorities in draft laws aimed at decentralization and local self-governance in 2023. 2023. The first place is the law on local referendum. Second place, the law on local public administrations. Then comes the law on administrative and territorial structure.
Зараз. Ой. Так. Можна, будь ласка. Це, так, можна щелкати?
So,
Так.
may I go further?
Я
Yes.
перепрошую, я трохи
I
в
apologize.
іншу сторону натиснула.
Just pushed another
На
button.
самому цікавому слайді.
And the
Так.
most
Значить,
interesting
закон
slide. So
на
the
третьому місці закон
at the third place, the law
на територіальному
on administrative and
вирішення питань
on the
на
order of solving issues of administrative and territorial
4.
order in Ukraine 4664. Then about communal property. Then on the fifth place about the division of authority between local self-government bodies at different levels of administrative and territorial division. Then changes to constitution concerning decentralization. Then changes to the budget and tax codes on paying personal income tax or division between the place of work or place of residence. Then on the changes of budgetary and tax codes on increasing the share of personal income tax transferred to local budgets, and the fifth about the division of authority between different levels of local self-government. So this slide gives us what we wanted to get as a result of this opinion poll. That is, we see the priorities in the eyes of local self-governments, which laws and draft laws should be discussed and adopted by the Parliament this year. And I hope that this will be taken on board and will be reflected in the processes in the Parliament. Once again, these are opinions of our respondents expressed. There are some additional points, which is introducing amendments to the Constitution on administrative and territorial division and elimination of rayon public administrations, but we understand all that the amendments to the Constitution could be introduced after the war has finished. About prefects, changing of court fees, procedure, giving, transferring territorial property, communal property to territorial communities, then the procedures of registration of persons who have obligation to serve in the armed forces, then the work of law enforcement authorities at the local self-government level. So these are opinions of our respondents concerning the priorities in legislation, which is going to be developed further. This is visualization of the problems of communities which were indicated and which allows to see the bigger the letters, the more is the priority, the higher is the priority. So we can see which problems are the major for the communities, roads, personal income tax, infrastructure, education, finance, medical, healthcare services. So you see on this slide that about 500 problems were pointed out at, and they were presented in this visual form for better understanding. The next cloud of tags allows to see what supports the communities expect in solving their problems. First of all, financial support, legal support, organizational, programmatic support. I was surprised to see that in the smallest letters between legal support and financial support is the project support. I would like the project support to be more popular, I would say. So these, in general, are the major results of the research. We understand that it will be presented in more details later on. Last year at the forum, we had the similar research, and we somehow based on it, but we understand that current situation of war puts forward different issues and different tasks for all of us. I believe that these are very interesting results, and they will allow for international technical assistance projects and for the government and the parliament to see the foundation at the local government authorities, the priorities which our territorial communities see and which should be reflected in the operations of executive authorities and legislation as well. Thank you for your attention. The research was done by DESPRO organization in the framework of our project, and it was possible thanks to the support by USAID agency and support by American people through the USAID Kaverla project. Thank you for your attention.
І дякую президенті громадського.
I thank the president of DESPRO NGO for presenting the results of their research. It was mentioned draft law on service in local self-government and the law on local public administrations, which concern territorial organization of authorities, which is important for our next discussion, which will focus on further decentralization reform and the war conditions and military and civilian administrations as the authorities. So in the framework of the panel discussion, we're going to discuss the implementation of local administration of the prefecture type and introduction of the support to reform at local level. Before giving the floor to our first speaker, I want to say that we see your hands raised in Zoom, and upon completion of this panel, we will give the floor to each of you. Now I'm giving the floor to the representative of the key ministry in the area of decentralization reform, Deputy Minister of the Development of Communities, Territories, Infrastructure, Alexandra Azarkhina. My greetings again. Thank you for this research. There was the best answer to the question why the amalgamation of ministries was important. Thanks to combining of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, we we get this Ministry of Renovation in a full sense of this word, and which will allow us to continue further reform. I would like you to demonstrate my brief presentation. What I would like to start with, our team at the government has been working for a little bit more than 3 years, and our team follows same principles. Everything is based on data. We begin with counting what do we have. Do we have information about the situation? So in such large-scale issues like rebuilding, restoration, and the whole system of public administration is impossible without high-quality verified data. So we focus, first of all, on such things. First, the public opinion polling. We work with donors who help us to assess the real needs from the point of view of infrastructure and from the point of view of our opportunities and possibilities to provide services at various levels. Here we understand that the more such digital mechanisms we have, which are based on a real verified data, the fewer would be possibilities for corruption and mistakes. The next slide, please. But these things are instrumental. In any case, these instruments could be used for good only if there is a proper legislative framework and secondary legislation framework. So we started our dialogue with the committee, with public, and at the level of the Vice Prime Minister, we identified 2 priority draft laws, and they were presented in the framework of opinion polling. First, about the service at local self-government bodies. For our team, 3 things are of principle here. First, the low level of salaries should be controlled by the state. First of all, it's about human dignity and security of the people who serve at local self-governments. And I think that all the efficiency begins with this and our basic capabilities. So the low level of payment should be controlled. About the higher level, we believe that it could be released, but for us, the only way to influence is the transparency and accountability. And these 2 words should follow immediately after the word decentralization, because decentralization definitely is the most successful reform, but for it to follow on, it should be to maximum extent transparent and accountable and supported by anti-corruption measures and activities. So if this is our only way of influencing the ceiling of the payment, so we should think about sanctions if the information which is to be published according to the law is not published. And there must be a clear explanation why such salaries or bonuses exist, because we understand that these mechanisms may become the manipulation objects. And here the role of National Agency for Civil Service is extremely important, and only with the qualified expert support, we can help local self-governments to implement this reform and to have proper local service.
Another draft law is more difficult because there's a lot of debate around it. There were different views, And for us, it is crucial to have the support of our European partners in this draft law, because it's going to be one of the key laws on the way to European integration. And now we're considering with the committee that um, this draft law on martial law will be revised and will be able to ensure the possibility of accountability and transparency of the work of local self-governance bodies, but without any changes which would be subject to heated debates, which will only distract us. But there is a gap in legislation, so we do have to work on this draft law. Next slide, please. As regards the digital solutions and prevention of corruption, this means the following. Now we are working on the digitalization of reconstruction works, and this is about all the projects which we focus on together with the donors in order to estimate them and to make it possible to communicate with the communities directly, not just to clear out the need, but at the same time to interact with the partners, with investors, in terms of investments, appropriations, so that we would be able to think about this money by way of a cycle which is necessary to make the process of reconstruction efficient and transparent. All this is about the sustainable development of communities. So we believe that the key tasks here would be as follows. These bodies should be accountable to citizens. There should be direct communication with the communities. There should be participatory democracy. And there are mechanisms like the platform of digital management of this work, whereby people will be able to come up with their projects from the grassroots level. At the same time, there's a very important instrument which was initiated by the previous team of this ministry. This is about interregional system of interaction between communities, and we now to make this very logical nexus between the two, because these two components cannot exist without one another. As regards the state strategy of regional development, I do support all those who have spoken about that this strategy should be revised. And here, the priority for us is European integration and our alignment with the European Union, so that we would not reinvent the wheel in that respect, but rather be aligned with the European countries in terms of well-balanced development of communities and territories. And I believe that the work and the revision of the strategy will start this spring. We have preliminary consent of our donors and partners. When changes were introduced into the law on the regional development, we did not think that the war will be protracted for so long. And now we have to come back to this issue as we have accustomed to life in conditions of war, because we should look ahead. We cannot get stuck in this work. We have to plan ahead. We have to look forward so that we are strong, irrespective of all the arising challenges. As regards the strategy 2030, this includes plans and strategies which now exist in our legal framework. We've basically overloaded our communities with documents about that, and now we're trying to restore order there. First of all, we are talking about the register of damaged property. This register is the source and the basis for getting compensations for damaged housing, and this is also the first element in the huge system which we're building together with the partners, which will make it possible for us to get compensations and reparations from the Russian Federation. We would like to ask the communities to fill in those registered, because even now we are trying to implement this data into our methodology for reconstruction. There are data gathered by the presidential administration and the Ministry of Regional Development, and we need to have a generalized and one source of all national register. We are planning to run some training sessions for communities as regards the filling in of these registers. We're going to disseminate this information as widely as possible, so please be mindful about that. You previously gathered data about the damage to the housing, and this data will be used both in the national and international courts. Therefore, this information is extremely important. We can gather it through Excel and otherwise. Another point is about the plans of recovery. There are two directions of work, and this week we are going to share a resolution with the public in which we're going to combine these two documents and to provide for a nexus between them, because the reconstruction is impossible about the knowledge of what is the actual state of affairs at the local level without understanding the actual scale of what is to be done. Therefore, we need a systemic approach here, and we would like our donors also to take this into account, because this should be a systemic and comprehensive work. Everything should be based on actual hard data, without any generalization, without any backup. Two slides will be related to the Office of the for the support of reform in communities. Maybe communities were too modest to ask for more support, but we understand that this work cannot be done without any structural reform and proper support thereof, because we need considerable human resources for that. So what are we talking about here? I believe that the first offices to that effect will be launched within the next 2 to 3 months. We want to have an emergency consultation and advisory assistance for communities as regards digital instruments and recovery work. We know how these instruments worked at the level of ministries, and the idea was to make sure that these people work at the expert level first, and then they pass on to the level of civil servants. In case of our ministry, it did work. Mr. Kubrakov used to work in the Ministry of Justice. I worked in the infrastructural departments, and in summer, I switched to civil service, and therefore I undertook full responsibility for this work as a civil servant. But this work should likewise take place at the level of communities, because all the partners and all the donors who are involved in this work understand that now, when we have decentralization within the general framework, and this is a reality. To make sure that this framework is solid, we primarily have to invest into human resources so that the reform is irreversible and independent of any further structural changes. So what are we focusing on here? 5 areas. First of all, strategic planning and project management. A lot of donors have come to this approach already at the level of plan development or comprehensive development plans. And without this strengthening of institutions at the local level, this will not be workable. We do provide support for that, but people should work shoulder to shoulder in close interaction, and they should know that within the local communities they will always be able to get support because the ministries would not be sufficient here. Another area is anti-corruption activities, because corruption is the main enemy of decentralization, and we need to make sure that local self-governance bodies cannot be compromised by corruption in one shape or another. Corruption is all-pervasive. It's very deep-rooted, and to change this, we need to carry out profound changes. We work with Sergei Derkach, who is my colleague in the ministry, to make sure that we provide proper risk assessment at the level of local self-governments and come up with instruments to preclude those risks. Obviously, we are relying not just on local self-governance bodies, but on general public as such, because without grassroots level, we would not be able to get proper support. The third area is urban development, to the reform of urban and development. The idea of the establishment of the Code of Urban Development, and the support of this code is primarily about the support of the reform per se, because it's long overdue, and there's been a lot of debate about 56, 55 draft laws, which were provoked by the fact that we all understand this problem. This is a painful one, and we need to focus on it by way of priority. We are looking forward to this, to the signing of this draft law. And it is very important that the general public and the experts work out proper bylaws which make it possible to launch this reform at the local level. The fourth area is digitalization. We have electronic system in many areas, including local self-governance. And for those systems to be workable, they have to be supported at the local level. The fifth area is interaction with donor organizations and international activities. We have to view investments, including budgetary investments, as competitive investments, and we need to train to do them competitively. Next slide, please. So this is basically our idea how this should work. When we speak about the officer reform for communities, you can count 5 to 10 experts in each local community, and they will add up to a huge army of reform experts. But we will proceed in this direction step by step. There are 2 ways to go about it. The first one, setting up a multi-donor platform, which will be dealing with that, and to create some reference points in terms of east, west, north, and south. These offices should be kind of gravity points to which people can come and get assistance on the spot, which will be much easier for them than going all the way to Kyiv. There's also another element which we would like to start with one of the donors. I am not going to give you the name yet, but we are focusing on the reforms in the worst hit by the war areas. We say that in 5 oblasts, there will be at least 5 offices at the level of communities. Next slide, please.
Звертати презентацію. Розумію, що, можливо, так багато аспектів намагалися
I
розкрити.
think that trying to explain many aspects and important things we are ready to discuss, but this superficial examination is not enough. But this is at least the starting point for a discussion. So I will be ready to answer your questions after the panel and to meet with you further on and take the best decisions. Thank you. I think the questions will come later. I would like to clarify after 5 pilot projects, do I understand correctly that implementation of reform support offices in every community is 469? Yes, so we believe that every community deserves to have such a reform office, but this wish of communities to have more experts face the severe reality that all this should be funded, but it cannot be done even with the help of our generous donors. But anyway, the communities which are ready to support, to be supported by donors, we should move forward. And also we believe that after the victory and our country comes back to the economic growth, we'll be able to fund such offices ourselves. Thank you. We've heard just that it is planned to introduce the function of observing the lawless, the law, the local level, and the organizers of the forum invited representatives of these currently called oblast military administrations. We have Yevgen Ivanov, deputy head of Kharkiv Oblast military administration. Tell us, please, what are the instruments are needed for the local executive authorities, local self-governments to be able to fulfill their functions and interact in order to provide the proper level of services to people. Before answering your question, I would say some words about situation in Kharkiv Oblast. About 40% of our oblast were occupied. Now it's about 2%, about 28 settlements, municipalities, and the reform of decentralization was the most efficient at the peacetime. But at the war time, we had problems because in Kharkiv Oblast we had 56 communities, so 26 of them were occupied. So 26 communities suffered from that. The local heads were changed. So currently we have 26 elected heads of communities. They are not at their workplaces, and there is a huge amount of work in front of us. We have about 260,000 IDPs in our oblast, were 2.6 million, and 1 million of them used to live at the oblast level. So out of this number of people, 260,000 are IDPs at the moment. So we have a lot of work in front of us. Yes, and the people who were appointed heads of military administrations, they understood what difficulties they would face. First of all, it's restoring the services to people, evacuation, many other issues. Currently, we have all the registers opened, and we have humanitarian staff operating, which coordinate humanitarian assistance, documentation, evacuation, and so on. All this works pretty well, pretty smoothly, and no community in our oblast remains without our attention. The evacuation is still in progress, and the representatives of military administrations, United Nations, and Red Cross is participate in this. But why the situation is difficult for Kharkiv, especially because we have a front line on our territory, and from the territory every day we have shellings of our territories, ruining, people are killed, and in the north we have a border with the enemy, permanent shellings, though they do not reach the city of Kharkiv, but they reach other territories and rayons, and which adds some extreme issues to our work in terms of coordination of work of Oblast military administration, rayon level and community level. We have no problems. We have full coordination, and those who were not able to work properly, they are not at their places. And there are no 26 heads who are substituted with the military administrations. And these new people started working quickly. We now open even shops, work with businesses, with industry. Currently, the main load falls on agri-industrial sector and food processing industry, and a little bit IT sector. The other assistance like demining, logistics, and other things we do. So we are trying to set up proper conditions for work, to open everything which is possible to open and to start working, and bringing people back to liberated communities. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Yes, it was very nice to hear from you that if before there were 40% of the territory occupied, now it's only 2%. You also mentioned different kinds of assistance to territorial communities. I know that in Kharkiv Oblast, so-called Lipetsk community, it was without electricity for a very long time. Has the situation changed in this community? Yes, people have electricity and even water supply. Yes, this work took a lot of time. I should say that the 7,000 kilometers of electricity supply network was ruined, and unfortunately, constant shelling does not allow to work properly in terms of restoration of grid. But now the situation is improving, and this community really was very severely ruined and damaged by shellings. It's about 10 to 15 kilometers from the border, and so they constantly shell it. We hope that the military administration will help this community to raise. And thank you for participation, and maybe the participants will have some questions to you. Now the floor is to Maxim Kozitsky, head of Lviv Oblast Military Administration. As far as we are talking about decentralization and the war conditions, so what would be your idea on what should be done for the local authorities and executive authorities to work effectively? Thank you for inviting me to this discussion. Yes, we definitely must implement the reform. if we see the division of powers between local administrations, oblast administration and local authorities, functionally this division is not clearly defined, and we must it to be clearly defined. So most of things which heads of administrations and their teams do very often do not belong to their authority, and understand that there must be a system of executive committees, of oblast councils and prefects. But when we think about what is the prefect, it's just the observance of law. And so then what would the prefects do? Would they double the authority of the procuracy or not? I cannot make a proper conclusion looking at the draft law. When we are talking about division of powers, we must clearly understand that this economic part should belong to the local council, and the prefecture must be the authority which controls the observance of law at the local level, so that the local police or procuracy would be coordinated by the local prefecture. When we are talking about wartime, two things which influence my work. It's just 252nd resolution by the cabinet, which allows the heads of administration, of military administrations, to influence the budgeting process and to manage the distribution of the budget from during wartime. And this must be like this during wartime, because it allows us to function as the crisis management authority, helping IDPs, creating conditions for their resettlement, do certain things in the area of education or healthcare. Another resolution is 590, which limits expenditures at the level of the state, and this provides the corridor which allows the oblast administrations and territorial communities to not to bear expenditures which are deemed by the government not necessary. When talking about the reform, we must understand clearly that, for example, I have 32 municipal or communal health care institutions at my level of my oblast, and I have a department of health care which is responsible for the healthcare policy. As for me, the situation is not correct, because the Department of Healthcare cannot issue any sanction against, for example, the chief physician of a certain hospital. So the system doesn't work properly. And we can say the same about social protection, education. Therefore, I am for division of authorities between the executive committee and prefecture, so everyone would understand what is she or he engaged into. Thank you. I would like to draw our attention to the item mentioned by Oksana Arnetska, that the communities expect from the parliament, that the parliament will divide the authorities between different levels of local self-government and executive authorities.
And Maxim Kozycki spoke about that as well. He also spoke about the prefect office. Well, so far, it's not quite clear how well this should look like. And obviously, this 4298 draft law will be totally restructured, but definitely representatives of military administration should be involved in the drafting process. Thank you very much, Maxim. It was gratifying to hear that you believe that the reform should be continued even during the martial law. And it's a pleasure to hear that all the stakeholders think so. And I would like to give the floor to Alexander Tolontai, Executive Director of the Office of Effective Solutions. Alexander, you've been an expert in local self-governance for many years, and since your presentation is concluding one in this panel, I'd like you to give us your vision as what we should do in 2023 and what we should do after we have victory in this war. Thank you. I'd like to broaden the framework of what you said. I'd like to speak about what was raised before and what was raised by the panel related to military administrations. It was very interesting for me to hear the previous speakers, especially Maxim, who's also very progressive in terms of his visions. I'm in your territory, Maxim, by the way. I'm in Western Ukraine. I'm moving towards Lviv Oblast, and probably Lviv Oblast will be one of the first ones in Ukraine, which will have all the planning documents in terms of the development. That is why I believe that now we have a very important phase as we are improving contacts between the new ministry, so that the ministry, together with local administrations and the communities, which are in the rear, in the center, and in the north, more or less further away from the front line, would be able to come up with efficient documents. This is one of the priorities in my work, and I focus my attention on this. But going back to the topic itself, which is related to local administrations, I have to tell you that we have one problem which was brought about by martial law, the establishment of military administrations at the level of territorial communities in places where they were not present before. And the largest area for this administration is the city of Kherson. We have a military administration in the city, and this is explained by the situation. Igor Kolykhayev, the head of the city council, is in captivity. We don't know his fate. We are thankful to our military for having liberated the right bank of the city. In the areas where there were hostilities and in the areas which were deoccupied, we established military administrations. We have two types of legal procedures: the establishment of this administration and making a resolution about the transfer of authorities to it. And it is justifiable. And very often we have a discussion among the experts about whether it was expedient to establish military administrations, as to why we create these administrations in one areas and do not do this in others. For instance, Mariupol as a city was in the area of hostilities since 2014. And I cooperated with Mariupol authorities for a long time, and I stand against the establishment of military administration in Mariupol. This is my personal view, because I think that the Mariupol City Council is very efficient, and we have to focus on local self-governance there. At the same time, we see that in Mariupol there is no administration. In other areas, even after deoccupation, military administrations are put in place. So this begs a logical question: what are the criteria, rules, and mechanisms on the basis of which we take the decision about establishing military administrations? This is something which has to be tackled and resolved in 2023. We failed to do it last year, but we need to do this in 2023. The main issue to be resolved by this is the criteria and conditions, preconditions for on the basis of which we submit this idea to the president and the Verkhovna Rada, and we decide to delegate the civilian authorities of local administration to the military administrations. If we fail to do so, we will have continued political scandals all the time. The recent case in point is what happened in Chernihiv. This was also about the issue whether to establish military administration or not. The other issues related to that could be debatable, but I will briefly say that military administration at any level is a temporary measure, and if there's an opportunity to return to the previous state of affairs, it can be possible. We know that some temporary things can be very long-lived and can even run its course and stop being efficient. This can also be backed up by the fact that in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, how many people defected to the side of the enemy on the territories where we had military administrations and where we had no military administrations. There were areas in which local elections were not carried out, did not take place, and there were military administrations there. Most of those territories are occupied now, and once they were occupied, and in the areas where there were bodies of local self-governance, in Mariupol, Donetsk, Luhansk areas, we can get information from our security service and law enforcement bodies about how many officials from those bodies switched sides and defected to the side of the enemy. And we can make a comparison. Unfortunately, we see that if during the temporary period of time, in order to revive public services and so on, and for coordination with the law enforcement bodies, military administrations are put in place. This is an instrument which can be used for a certain period of time, but in the long run perspective, we need to switch to local self-governance, even if it is very close to the front line. But if there are Ukrainian citizens living there, we should give them a chance to use all the benefits of local self-governance. And experience of previous years indicates that the stronger local self-governance, the stronger the defense capability of the area, and the fewer collaborators with the enemy we have. Therefore, I am an ardent supporter of the renewal of local self-governance anywhere where it can be possible. And we should remember that military administrations is only a temporary mechanism which should exist at the territorial community level. As regards the oblast administrations, the budgetary processes are among the most important challenges. Once the martial law is over, the reform decentralization will go on, but this issue is less burning than the issue of the establishment of military administrations. This is what I wanted to emphasize for our panel. as we focus on the legislative agenda during the period of martial law, if we wanted to keep decentralization, to strengthen it, and to strengthen the capabilities of local self-governance. So my point is, we are different from our enemy, from those who are killing us, in that in Putin's Russia, there is no local self-governance, whereas we do have it. We develop it, whereas they destroy it. We have to be different from the enemy. The enemy comes to our territory, uh, and they try to kill local self-governance, to decimate it. Our enemies, as they grab our territories, the first thing they do is to destroy any remnants of local self-governance. So what are we supposed to do as we liberate our territories, as we develop an independent Ukraine? What do we need to do in the rear, helping our military? We need to develop local self-governance, local initiative, and involvement of grassroots people. We have to be different from our enemy in that respect. The stronger the communities, the stronger the resilience of our country and all individual communities therein. This is my view. Thank you for giving me the floor. I will take your questions if there are any. Again, I would like to once again say that I saw Ms. Azarkina on the screen. I'd like to give my best regards to her and to Maxim Kazetsky as well. And invite you to the meeting on the approval of the Lviv local strategy, development of local Lviv strategy. I invite all of you present here to join in. In the conditions of martial law, can the state delimitate clearly the local self-governance bodies, authorities, and state administration bodies? Well, we couldn't do it even without martial law. This is about the second round of decentralization. Maybe it's the right time to do it now? Well, you're right. Well, it's not just the right time, it's long overdue. But let us be clear about one thing. The oblast military administrations currently do play an important role in the coordination of everything which is going on at the regional level and the local territories. And if previously we were reducing these administrations and switching to local self-governance, in the period of martial law, we have to take care of this balance. If we want to have a balance between the state and local self-governance at the basic level, this is not just timely, this is long, long overdue. And the martial law only proves this, that if we had done this before, we would have been more resilient. As regards the reform of oblast administrations, which are now converted into oblast military administrations, I would postpone it to another phase. For many years, I've stood for the liquidation of all the levels of state administrations, and I continue to do so. But I witnessed how the representatives of oblast administrations worked from the very first days of the war. So I believe now that to improve the nexus between the local self-governance and the state, I would primarily focus on this work at the local, sub-regional level. And after the martial law, I would focus on the oblast level. Only then we would be able to tie it in with the constitutional changes. But now my position is such that we need to do this at the sub-regional level, and all this can be done even without any changes to the constitution. The state Public administrations are the eyes and legs and arms of the state at the local level. I think that we should make their work more efficient, and this will resolve a lot of issues. Thank you for your input. We have questions from the audience. Tetiana Pshenichna, Kamenets-Dnistrovsky community. Ms. Tetiana, are you there? We are ready to take your question.
I just raised my hand and wanted to ask a question on the law on service at the local self-governments. Currently, our community is temporarily occupied. The work of the local council has been suspended since August. So I would like to ask whether it is planned to postpone the implementation of the law on service at their local self-governments, because as the HR head of the HR department, I cannot do it now. Maybe Alexandra will be able to answer. So far, there is nothing to postpone. The law has not been adopted. And the second, such things should be taken into account. We must be realistic and based on a realistic approach to the situation. So if we are not able to provide necessary wages and salaries, we should think in each and every case we should think about such situations, and we will have to get advice from the local level, from people like you. Thank you. We also have a question from Natalia Selях-Bereznevska, municipality. I would like to ask about the law on service at local authorities 6504. This draft proposes to add Article 53(1), which concerns the deputy. And item 3 is that the deputy head of village is a member of the staff and at the council. But how can, if he works at the council, how can he work at the committee? So the council serves longer than the committee. And when the new mayor comes, he cannot dismiss the deputy because the council has not finished its term in office. So I think that the deputy should depend on the time of service of the council, not of the committee. I've just sent my email into the chat. Please contact us and we'll give you a written response on this issue, because we might still discuss this issue. For us, the most important are comments which we get from Hoverla project, where they indicate the terminology differences which might influence the final text. There is another proposal. The list of certain categories of people who may have benefits, compensations, and so on. But all these compensations or benefits introduced by the parliament puts more and more on local budgets. So when certain benefits or compensations are introduced, the parliament does not ask local communities whether they have budget to do this. And at the local level, the local communities can spend money only on these compensations and benefits, and they have no money remaining for other projects and services. This is a wish to take into account the funding of these benefits and compensations introduced at the national level. Yes, there is one more person who wants to ask a question. The name is Oleg. Could you please introduce? Do you hear me? Yes. I am Oleg Shevil. I am from the town of Priluki, Chernihiv Oblast. Here, I am just a local resident, and on the issues of tasks for decentralization, I'd like to raise the following issue. The issue is when we speak about decentralization, all this is very good to transfer authority to local level, but it is mainly about the administrative team, officials of the local self-government. And I see that there is some discrepancy. There is what is the protection for the community if people come who are not oriented towards the community. For example, in Priluki in 2021, the budget was not approved. In 2022, the budget was approved in March when the enemy was approaching the town. Currently, the local council has not approved the budget. Children are not fed at schools, at kindergartens. The town mayor initiated the introduction of military administration in the town. My question is that members of the council and the mayor work, they are healthy, but they appeal to the military administration. I have already appealed to relevant ministries and committee of the parliament so that within the community to be introduced an institution of municipal ombudsman at the level of a certain community. So the authorities of the higher level cannot interfere into the work of local authorities. In the context of implementation of the Institute of Prefects, answering the question, I want to say first, transparency and accountability, and the third is the law enforcement. And yes, sometimes we have cases when local self-governance not always work for the interest of local communities. So we might think about making this instrument in a certain form. But pay attention to the fact that in Priluki there is a situation that if prefects had to react to whether the decisions are legal or not, but here there is no decision at all, no decision taken. Yes, because if somebody does not take actions, it also should be a responsibility for this. Yes, on this we finished the work of the panel dedicated to military administrations, but we continue our forum, and within the nearest hour we'll discuss the issue of integration of local self-governance to European space and about international municipal partnership. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to quote the European Commission concerning Ukraine's application for membership. about multi-level governance. Since 2014, decentralization in Ukraine moved forward. This is one of the most efficient and the most successful reforms in Ukraine. It became the decisive factor of social and economic development. And as we know, after this conclusion, Ukraine became the candidate for EU membership, which means that the government and local self-governance should do a lot of work in order to reach the proper level of membership at the EU. So I'd like to know about the role of local authorities and their role in Euro integration. And this question is addressed to Taras Golub, advisor to the Vice Prime Minister on European Euro-Atlantic integration. Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Yes. Thank the organizers and participants for a possibility to exchange opinions. Yes, the issues of transformation at the local level, community level, is the basis for Euro integration of Ukraine. After the full-scale invasion, Ukraine received unprecedented level of political support in the world, especially in the European Union. And currently, Ukraine has been granted candidacy status of candidate for the EU, which opened more opportunities for Ukraine and for Ukrainian regional authorities in terms of engagement in European processes. For instance, the Ukrainian subjects are open to have access to more than 20 EU programs and development, including at the regional level. Opening of such opportunities requires from Ukraine active participation in this work. And we all see the active political processes and at the local level, the process should not lag behind them. And we hope that currently under the war situation, the support by donor programs will remain substantial. Unfortunately, we have a very big challenge and we have to do a lot in this sense. In view of security, such level of engagement should be as quick and decisive and intensive as possible and should bring practical results. As recently, European Commission assessed the implementation of European integration criteria by Ukraine in terms of regional policy, in particular, and coordination of structural instruments, shows the high level of preparedness. We have the Mark II points, but in order to reach the successful integration, we need 5. Therefore, we need to do a lot. At the national level, it is about formulation and implementation of regional development policy according to agreements, international agreements, EU directives, and other practical instruments, such as access to European structural funds, regional development fund, Danube program, other sectoral programs which are accessible at the regional level. And this should include Connecting Europe Facility, Horizon Life, and other EU programs. Each such instrument envisages substantial upgrading and therefore requires changes from us and improvement from us, improvement of experts, processes, and high level of dynamics of such instruments. If at the national level the processes go on, they require additional competences from ministries, from experts, then at the level of regions, these processes are require some additional support. If the western regions of Ukraine already have experience of such work, than some central and eastern regions, which suffered most from the invasion, requires more practical approaches, more engagement. I would offer such a term as practical European integration, which in fact should be the initiative at local levels. This is what is required by decentralization.
Some instruments are already available for local communities, like a neighborhood partnership initiative, for instance. There were some cross-border programs, Interact, for instance, and some other programs which Ukraine can enjoy in the near future. They are supposed to be open to Ukraine. Today, I had an official communication with the European Commission, and I learned that a new call for single market program was held. This is supposed to support Ukrainian small and mid-sized businesses. Likewise, a pre-accession assistance program is to be open to Ukraine, and within the structure of European Commission, there have been unprecedented changes in our line department, which is in charge of Ukraine's integration. It had never been the case before that for one country, a whole department, dedicated department would be launched. So we do feel that the European Commission has goodwill to support us, and it expects to receive proposals from us, and I think that the regional bodies of power should come up with their proposals. But we also have to learn to use relevant instruments and to work within the rules that the European Commission operates within. I believe that the key to practical European integration is about programs and projects aimed at cooperation and modernization and the improvement of social infrastructure and local intercommunal interactions within Ukraine and between Ukrainian communities and local communities in the EU countries. This is also about creating new jobs, environmental safety, social cohesion, and intercultural initiatives. All this should be content-driven and provided within the processes which are customary for the European Union. For the implementation of such projects, we have to considerably enhance the capabilities and institutional capacity of local communities. We do have interaction with EU countries about that. We have a dialogue with several EU countries which neighbor on Ukraine about joining AGTC mechanisms, which seeks to develop interregional cooperation. And we believe that we will increasingly get involved in such initiatives. For the capacity building, both quantitative and qualitative, we need to considerably enhance skills and expertise of local communities, project management offices, international development agencies. They have to considerably improve and develop the mechanisms of interaction and to learn more about possible cooperation with EU countries. Unfortunately, the level of proficiency and the number of experts at the local level leaves much to be desired. Today, we've heard about the need to provide proper monetary remuneration for specialists. And obviously now, as we are lacking good, highly qualified experts in issues of European integration, we do need to focus on this and find a solution. We do see that this is a problem at the local level which needs to be fixed. Unfortunately, at present in Ukraine, there is no centralized training program which would practically prepare experts in the area of project management or issues related to cooperation with EU countries through individual projects. We have the first instances of programs which initiated by the bodies of central bodies of power. And even at that high level, we see lack of knowledge of people as how to develop projects, how to submit projects of cooperation, and so on. And at the local level, even more so, we need to set up sustainable institutions which would be able to accumulate and disseminate experience in terms of cooperation with EU countries. By way of concluding, I'd like to say that I'm very hopeful about further cooperation with donors, organizations, and international partners of ours. And we hope that they will be doing their utmost to focus on our local communities and help us create the potential in a sustainable manner. This is something we have to come to grips with in practical terms, and we hope that the Goverla initiative will be helpful here, and we will be able to set up an academy of territorial development, for instance, because there are huge challenges facing us. I do hope that we all will be able to focus and pool our efforts, and we'll be able, by doing so, to develop a consolidated and efficient collaboration with our European partners. There's no alternative to this at the moment, and we all want to live in a shared, comfortable European home. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Taras. Please stay with us to the end of this discussion. Maybe you will have questions to you from the audience. We are going ahead of schedule, and not all the speakers are joining us. Maria Nikorashina from Chernivtsi Oblast, from one of the local communities there, is with us online. Maria, can you hear us? Good afternoon. We know how efficient is the public diplomacy at the level of Novoselitsk community, whereas Ukrainians living abroad set up relations of twin communities and so on. We'd like to hear from you whether the heads of local communities seek to do something which will bring their communities closer to the EU. I'm head of the Novoselitsk community from 2006, and our communities on the border area And we have always tried to develop people's diplomacy and tried to develop ties between our community and municipalities in various EU countries. I believe that the process of integration of Ukraine in the European space cannot take place without an active involvement of local communities in this process. Otherwise, the standards which are applicable in the EU countries would not be internalized by our communities. As of 2008, we've been an active participant in cross-border projects and programs. The first one was with between Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania, 2010-2014. Then came programs of cross-border cooperation, Ukraine, Romania, and Ukraine, Moldova, within Eastern Partnership programs. If we did not have partners abroad, and our partners are primarily local communities on the other side of the border, we would not have been able to implement any of those projects. I'm very grateful to our partners because the projects we worked on were quite successful. Both cross-border and other international projects make it possible for us to replenish our budgets on the one hand and to develop relations with foreign municipalities. We do not limit ourselves to cooperation with Moldova and Moldova. We have very good relations with Joniškis municipality in Lithuania, in Italy, Denmark, and France. And we will continue to move on in that direction. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, our citizens living abroad became more active in terms of our cooperation. I mean, people in France and Belgium, and our ties with the municipalities of those countries, which are populated by numerous Ukrainian citizens, are getting stronger. I can name a few successful projects. The floods of 2008 taught us that if we have borders with some countries, we need to pool our efforts dealing with the natural calamities. Because during that flood, both our territories and the foreign ones were affected. So we tried to focus on solving these problems together. Since as of 24 of February last year, things have changed a lot, and we felt considerable boost in the support of Ukraine by our partners. And the cargoes which we received at the borderline coming from our colleagues and the twin communities in foreign countries in the EU, they were numerous. People would bring us lots and lots of humanitarian assistance. Especially sizable was assistance from our countrymen who are currently living in Italy, in France, and in Belgium, as I've already mentioned. And those trucks full of humanitarian assistance were extremely helpful for our internally displaced people. We dispatch a lot of cargoes to the east, to our military and to people who live in the deoccupied territories, because people there are badly in need of humanitarian assistance. The fact that we are well acquainted with the foreign local communities made it possible for us to give an opportunity for Kappa Murza, for instance, German medical organization, to work in our, or the Danish Red Cross, Danish and Romanian Red Cross organization, and many other international organizations are active and operational in our locality now.
Mr. Yonishkins, who visited our community during war actions in May last year, also they invited a group of children to Lithuania. All that established a foundation for friendship between children, between school children, and this definitely will develop further in the future, which is a good foundation for the development also of economic relations, because we need to continue developing our state, and thanks God we are not in the area of military operations, but the development is one of the major priorities for us. And the new program of cross-border cooperation has been launched between Ukraine and Moldova, and we have projects in the framework of this program. We already got invitation from France to sign agreement with the French town Gérard and Mer, and so we work on signing such agreements with other municipalities of the EU member states, and we hope that these relations will help us improve not only economic, cultural, or sports development, but also to learn basics of European and traditions of European democracy for our communities to continue developing. We are grateful to our partners. We learn a lot from them, and they always say that the heroism of our people, of our military, is of the highest respect. So we wish our international relations to continue developing, for us to feel equal among equals in the European community. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. It's always interesting to listen to you. You mentioned that you plan to sign an agreement with the French town Gérard in April. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that on the first week of April, the world is celebrating the Day of Twin Towns. So maybe you will sign such agreement this day. It will be on the 15th and 16th of April. They invite us to the celebrations of the Day of the City to France. So we'll definitely meet with our partners at the first week. Chortkiev town mayor Volodymyr Shmatko is invited. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm very pleased to hear and to see you. We know that Chortkiev community is signing lots of agreements on twining, and I know that you use this instrument to help very many deoccupied communities. But tell us, maybe you know how to use cooperation with foreign municipalities for Chortkiev community to integrate better into the European space. Thank you. I apologize for the quality of communication. We hear you well. Thank you, because I'm on the way from the east coming back home. We visited our soldiers, but I'm grateful to organizers for this very important event, and I thank all the participants. It's a unique chance for our country to start much quicker development. Yes, we paid the highest price with the lives of our heroes who sacrifice their lives every day, every hour. But currently, Ukraine can get what it has been striving to for many centuries. And now we can get new quality at every level of communication, local, regional, and national. And people abroad also are very supportive of this. We signed 6 agreements, 20 agreements with countries, 9 more we are going to sign, and we have negotiations with 12 more. So we have lots of 20 agreements with various countries. And what we hear from our friends, from European partners, they didn't know much about Ukraine before the war. They heard a lot of disinformation from Russian media about Ukraine and Ukrainians. They is looking at our heroic struggle. They're very much proud of what's going on between us, and for many Europeans, it's a miracle what our nation and our president and our warriors do fighting against Russian occupation. And we must do everything possible to become equal participants of European Union. What do they ask us about? Where do we get so much will and strength to struggle? What do they want to learn about anti-crisis management, for instance, in Sweden or France and Slovenia, where we talk to partners? Our colleagues, mayors of the cities, asked, what is anti-crisis decision? How do you work under crisis situation? What is your cooperation with partners? And so on and so forth. So it's very important. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? I apologize. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear some distortions, but we can hear you. So accordingly, it is very important for them to know. We don't ask for humanitarian assistance from them. We say we want to learn how to make money together with you. We would like to mentally approach European community. Humanitarian assistance is not our goal. Our goal is not to have borders between Ukraine and our European Union neighbors. And we have a lot of work ahead of us, and I ask politicians at all levels to not to engage into corruption, to get rid of this shameful event in Ukraine, phenomena in Ukraine, and we would be very much grateful for this, and probably the best gift to our next generations would be if we develop as a fully integrated democratic European state. And I believe that we will be different compared to what we were before the war. The communities should be able to participate in their life in distribution of the budget, for politicians not to think that they are good because they are politicians, but they were elected because they were good. Thank you. You signed 6 agreements, 9 at the stage of signing. At 9, we have negotiations. I'm sure they will be signed sooner or later. And I see that 200 participants in Zoom are listening to us. Share with us your recipe. How do you find such friends abroad? It's a good question. I ask all heads of communities to use our embassies as an instrument, our diplomats. We must pay much more attention to them. Thanks to communication with embassies, for instance, the communication with our embassy in Latvia is invaluable. And with our ambassador in Latvia, with his help, we signed a number of agreements and projects. We also send letters. We send letters to municipalities. They send letters to us. They read in social media about us. For instance, people from Italian towns sent us a letter, and they said that they heard very positive information from people living in Italy about the town of Chotkiv. Same we got from Canada. White Horse asked us for the dialogue on possible cooperation. It's fantastic. Ukrainians living abroad today are the best ambassadors of Ukraine, as well as the real embassies and diplomats, as well as people who are defending Ukraine. We must use these opportunities and these instruments. We must take decisions at the level of at the best possible levels. Thank you, and we wish you a good trip, and thank you for joining us. And now we are finishing this panel discussion, but we have questions from the participants. The most active participant, Tatiana Pshenichna from Kamensko-Dnistrovska community. Please, the floor is yours. Tatiana, good afternoon. Kamensko-Dniprovska community, Zaporizhzhia Oblast. I'd like to ask about cooperation, agglomeration. This issue has already moved forward in terms of legislation, but about cluster approach, setting up clusters, regional clusters, its issues has not been regulated properly. We see that in the Western Ukraine, they set up clusters, but at the legislative level for local authority, local self-government, there are practically no effective instruments for them to promote setting up clusters among small and medium businesses at the level of communities. Maybe such legislative initiatives are planned for the future. Thank you for the question, but at the moment among the speakers we have nobody who would be able to respond adequately to your question because we have no representative of the parliament or the ministry, but at the conclusion of the forum we'll have Alexandra Azarkina, and I think she'll be able to respond to this question. Thank you. And the panel on integration into European space and development of international cooperation at municipal level, we completed, and we continue our forum. It continues with the leaders of local self-government.
Я перепрошую. Мені підказують, що
I apologize. I've been prompted that Alexander Solontai wants to join our discussion. Alexandra, the floor is yours. Yes, we see you. I would like to respond to the last question about clusters. I draw attention of the local self-government leaders to the fact that European integration brings to us the answer to the question about economic specialization of every territory. European integration candidacy to the European Union put forward a requirement to give an answer: where do we make money at local level and what we aim our communities at? Taras Holub mentioned already the issue that European Union for us it's a huge opportunity and we must be able to use these opportunities. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we need to dictate to the state what instruments do we need, what do we need from the state, what changes into legislation for us to be able to be leaders in organizing these clusters. Otherwise, will be the situation as it was with the concept of integrated development, program of renovation. We've been given from the above declarative instruments and mechanisms, but we didn't ask for them. We don't know how to use them. But if we go in a reverse direction, then we will show the best practices at the level of local self-government on cooperation with businesses, organizing clusters, and with our efforts, we'll understand better what do we need.
In my opinion, it's very important that this process should go from bottom up, because we know what the European standard is all about. We just need to learn the nuances and details. I'd like to give the floor to Taras now, because he's obviously willing to add something to this answer. We understood that when it comes to local communities, you are able to join in from any place. Taras Golob, the floor is yours. I'd like to go back to the issue of practical European integration. And today, I had a communication with representatives of the European Commission, with Mr. Crow in particular, who's in charge of single European market. And now in Ukraine, we have a Ukrainian cluster alliance, which operates in Ukraine as an NGO, and it possesses all relevant knowledge about principles and rules. On the 29th and 30th of March in Košice, Poland, there will be a meeting of the European Cluster Alliance, which will be dedicated to Ukrainian issues. It will be attended by Kiri Breton, as a commissioner who is in charge of internal market and for the initiative of cluster initiatives. So I believe that representatives of local bodies of power and local businesses can get involved in this event and get more information about the European Cluster Initiative. I believe that as regards the drafting of legislation at the central level, this is more or less a thing of the future. What we need now as a matter of priority is practical issues and cooperation with local businesses in order to give us quick, efficient results. And the central legislative level can only back up this process. And for that, we have enough European instruments and international development offices, the European local territorial cooperation initiative, which has already been active in Ukraine, in Transcarpathia. What I'm trying to say is that the central government should not bother giving tasks to local businesses and communities. This should be an initiative which comes from bottom up. And in order to do this efficiently, we need to study the best case practices, which the European Commission is willingly sharing with us. So do take part in these dialogues. I am open on Facebook and in LinkedIn and in other social media, and I stand ready to help you and support your integration with those practical activities. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Taras. So we pass on to our next panel discussion. We will speak about the priorities of legislative agenda of decentralization. And we want to hear from leaders of local self-governance. And it is my pleasure to give the floor to Oksana Prodan, an advisor to the Council of Association of City Mayors of Ukraine. Please unmute your mic, Oksana.
Колеги, підкажіть, є в нас Оксана Продан?
Is Oksana Prodan with us? The microphone obviously is not working.
Пані Оксана Продан.
It may be muted. Oh, now it's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this discussion. It was very important for me to hear from the head of the Line Committee and officials from the ministry. It's very important to involve local communities into this work and be given the floor. I will be speaking about the topic which was given to me, about the issues of facing local self-governance bodies, and I will start with the draft laws. I will combine them into packages and blocks which are most necessary in 2023. The first and foremost is the draft law on the service in bodies of local self-governance. We worked on this draft law for several years, and we're thankful to the committee for supporting the proposals of the Association of the Cities of Ukraine and set out worthy salaries for bodies of self-governance, and I'm thankful to all those involved. That is as regards the work of local self-governance bodies. There's a number of other draft laws which we're going to focus on. Another package of issues facing local self-governance bodies is related to financial support of communities. There are a number of things that we've managed to include in this. Primarily, we are talking about the taxes for individual entrepreneurs and the military. We already have 4% of taxes on individual entrepreneurs which come to local budgets. We also need to think about how to balance our budgets. When we in our working group under the president's office worked on this, we included into the recovery program a change of a formula for balancing the budgets. Educational appropriations are extremely important because last year that was curtailed considerably for local budgets. And this year, the financing for education at the local level is minus 10%. And this is something which requires, apart from other things, some legislative attention. And taxes on individual entrepreneurs, whether on in the place of residence or in the place of domicile of their businesses. Now there are 13 draft laws being considered by Parliament concerning that issue, and parliamentarians understand that the most important thing is to make sure that tax authorities stick to the law. As soon as they start playing into the hand of some individuals or some businesses, nothing good will come out of it. We need to understand where the revenues into the local budgets are supposed to come from. That's as regards the budgets. And there's one more thing which was raised by Alexander Solontai today and some others, that we need to create favorable conditions for developing businesses at the local level. Many communities now are creating special conditions for businesses.
Пропав звук.
We seem to have lost Ms. Prodan.
Перервався зв'язок з пані
There's
Оксаною Продан.
no sound.
Ми обов'язково повернемося.
We will definitely try to
Вчитися, можливо, зараз
resume the connection. I assume she's trying to come back to us, so let's just wait for a second, and we hope that it'll come back. There's nothing surprising in this day and age.
Виходить на зв'язок, пані Оксана.
Is Oksana back with us? Yes, I'm here. I see you and I can hear you. Okay, please carry on.
Так, так.
I hope you can see me as well as hear me. So, financial support depends on, apart from other things, on the efficiency of economy at the local level. That's why it's very important to create favorable conditions for businesses. That's something we are focusing on. We also work on property tax and land tax at the local level and creating proper conditions for business development. This is something that all the MPs understand now during the war. Developing businesses at the local level is really crucial. Please switch on your camera because we can't see you. Some reason it's not working. Camera is not working for some reason. Now we can. Sorry, this is some technical glitches. Another issue is urban development, and I'm thankful to Elena Shulek for the initiative to draft Urban Development Code. As an association of cities of Ukraine, we worked on that issue for several years, and we stand ready to continue this work because this is about our future. This is about how money is going to be invested, both those coming from the budget and from investors. This is an issue of transparency, an issue of registers, and our future reconstruction. I'd like to use this opportunity and to ask people from the ministry to give us invitations to be distributed among our local communities for the training session that Mr. Zarkina spoke about today at the previous sessions. By doing so, we would be able to make sure that a lot of people from local communities get proper knowledge and experience in terms of how to deal with the property registers. The fourth area of our legislative activity is a relationship with the military administrations and local communities. I support everything that Mr. Kolontai said concerning that issue, that we need to find a balance between the interests of the central bodies of power and the military administrations and on the other hand, democracy and local self-governance. We need to develop proper criteria and norms as to in what cases we need special mutual assistance. At the legislative level, we need to focus on several directions, several areas. The establishment of military administrations. The second one, the switch from military administrations to local self-governance after the victory in the war. This is something which we need to prepare right now. And the third area of work is about elections. We need to remember that after the victory, we'll have local elections. So we have to make all necessary preparations for the local majority representation basis. If we had elections on the majority representation basis previously, probably we would not have had problems which we had with the opposition bloc for life, as it was called, and other Russian leaning forces. And another block of issues which I'd like to mention is that today, when we seek to create a platform for our future cooperation, we need to remember that the best foundation for cooperation between the local communities and the central bodies of power, this platform should include the Association of Cities of Ukraine.
So when we are talking about decentralization as the most successful reform since 2014, so the only structure which is active in this structure is the Association of Cities of Ukraine. So we are ready at all stages in all spheres to continue our work. We have sectoral task forces. We have experts in all sectors of economic activity, of local self-governments. We have regional chapters which cover this issue as well, and we have an analytical center. Therefore, the issues which were discussed at this forum, that we must have this single voice from the communities. So Association of Cities of Ukraine is this forum for these voices, because you cannot know the interest of all communities if you ask only one, but when they find common solution together, any initiative is possible for implementation. I'd like to thank you for organizing this meeting, and I hope that we'll be able to implement everything which we discussed here, and we're ready for joint projects to make decentralization more effective in Ukraine. Thank you for participation in this forum, and we thank Association of Cities of Ukraine for the active position and the development of communities and development of territorial issues. So the floor is given to Alexander Koreny, Chair of the Association of Amalgamated Territorial Communities. Good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, I want to thank you sincerely for this important discussion. I understand that many things which we have discussed, we have to repeat from time to time, but that's why I will try to concentrate on concrete proposals by our association, which at the moment has more than 800 members, and we discuss these issues at different levels with our partners from other countries on what do they have in legislation, what do we need. The first issue that I want to thank for the results of the opinion poll which was presented to us. The first issue for us today, maybe since 2014, has been important. It's draft law on service at the local self-governments. I have always said that starting the reforms, we had to approve the basic draft law, which would become the foundation for all processes. Unfortunately, we still don't have this law. We see that being active participants in those work in groups in preparation of new version of law, it's important to take into account the proposals of all those stakeholders who have their remarks proposals, but the key issue would be the financial provision of people working for local self-governments. It's hard to find any exact figure, but first of all, we should think about how to protect people. We should have give an opportunity to people who have to pass through the selection process, those who must have a relevant set of professional background, training, those who should meet certain requirements, certain prohibitions, and so on. So our task is to bring the best specialists, the best experts into the local self-governance, so that we believe that the lowest level should be at the level of 4 subsistence levels. And after discussions, long discussions, we decided that it's impossible to establish the ceiling for such wages and salaries, because that would be interference into the operations of local self-governments. Concerning other draft laws on division of powers between local self-governments, we expect and we hope that we will reach the proper level of division of authorities at the local level, where there is overlapping, dubbing. There is always risks of limitations in terms of funding, distribution, and clear providing services for people to understand what to expect and demand from whom. About territorial composition of the country, we believe that a number of issues of territorial composition of the country should depend on the basic law, but we believe that the draft has number of drawbacks and requires further improvement. We believe that coordination should be done with the Parliament of Ukraine, and the provisions of European Charter on local self-government should be included into that. 8056 draft law on authority of local officials during the war situation. So the decision was taken to improve this, upgrade this draft law. We all understand that it's a war, it's military state, but still providing of all powers of local self-government to a military administration causes concerns, because the local self-governments made the country stronger and more mobile thanks to decentralization, because all the communities started to defend territorial integrity of the country. That's why transfer of authority for us causes concern that in the future the local self-governments might be limited in their authorities and powers. 4298, a law on local public administrations, we offer for making relevant amendments to the Constitution to say that the authorities which are able to realize some authorities, exclusively delegated authorities. The local public administration should not interfere into local authorities. Draft law on public consultations, one of the major norms is lost. The obligation of members of councils to have consultations with public consultations with their voters. Local referendum. We believe that the local referendum is one of the institutes of direct democracy in the form of independent solution by territorial community of the issues relevant for this community. And we believe that this should be one of the forms of local democracy by solving issues by way of direct voting. About the draft laws on taxation code, we have to help communities which lost substantial portion of their revenues to withstand, to restore their activities. We know that almost 6 billion of payment for land were lost. Number of other taxes has been reduced depending on the territory. Also, we believe that the problems of local taxation should be resolved. Payment for land, single tax on the territories where there were no war operations. Because some communities which were not occupied, which didn't suffer from the war activities, also make use of this. Our proposal is for territorial communities to make local borrowings. We used to... Unfortunately, he's speaking so quickly that it's just impossible to interpret properly. We believe that today we need to speak about 65% of personal income tax. And the issue of that local government officials left for other countries abroad. We believe that currently, unfortunately, this is the result of politicization of previous election processes. Many councillors cannot fulfill their obligations because some of them serve in the armed forces, the others left abroad. So if our colleagues, especially if we prohibit them living abroad, would force people to leave the councils and to... So our proposal to restore the possibility for them to go abroad in order to establish contacts, relations, or volunteer assistance. Tomorrow we're going to have another forum. Our proposal is to exclude from the draft laws on forests the lands which belong to communal property, which are given for permanent use. currently, especially for those communities where the forests take the major part of free land, where there is no agricultural land, this will be the only source of revenues. And in conclusion, I would like to support my previous colleagues that for Ukraine to move quicker to a revival, for us not to have internal contradictions, all stakeholders should be engaged into these processes.
All the stakeholders related to local governance should be included. It cannot be that some opinions are more valuable than others. There cannot be a one template for this. Ukraine is huge, Ukraine is varied, and Ukraine is diverse and has very different conditions. That's why different associations, stakeholders, and committees should be entitled to their opinion. We should understand that not a single organization, not a single minister who should have the right to ultimate truth. What makes us rich is our diversity. Our conditions are different, we deal with different issues, but basically we use this diversity in order to work out mutually beneficial solutions. Our voice should be a united one, but it should be as a result as a cooperation between all of us. Back in 2016-18, when we spoke about issues of local self-governance, I said that, God forbid, we live in politically charged elections. We have to remove politics from economic issues. They should be independent of politicizing. It should be only for the benefit of our citizens and equally beneficial for large and small communities, no matter where they are located. So we have to remove politicizing from economic issues. I do hope that finally our president will make sure that we all unite our efforts without any internal fighting or bickering. Our association stands ready for this unification and cooperation, and thank you for giving us a chance to speak at this forum. Thank you, Alexander. I hope that your opinion will be supported by all those taking part in our event. I give the floor to Ivan Slobodyanek, Executive Director of the All Ukrainian Association of Communities. Communes. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's a very important discussion we're having now. We're kind of synchronizing our watches, and this is extremely important for local self-governance bodies. I try not to repeat what has already been said, because the issues we're facing are pretty much similar. Can you switch on your camera, because we hear you well, but we cannot see you. Okay, I'll try to relog. Just bear with me for a second.
Очікуємо повернення
So as we are waiting for Ivan Slobodanyuk to come back to us from the Ukrainian Association of Communities. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, but we still can't see you. You should see me now. Okay. I'm told that we can see you. Okay. Thank you. Basically, we had shared problems, so there's no need to repeat what has been said. I will only repeat that the first package of issues is the functioning of local self-governance bodies. We've enumerated all the draft laws which are in a pipeline now. We've heard from the Association of Cities of Ukraine and local self-governance bodies and local administrations. We're primarily talking about the improvement of the legislation regulating these bodies, because sometimes there's it's very vague to understand how these bodies should operate. I don't know if it was mentioned, if Resolution 90 was mentioned today. Well, this is not the top-level legislation. This is not law, but Resolution 90 is also important, and we already sent a request to the Ministry of Regional Development, because this resolution considerably limits the work of local self-governance, and now we are working on broadening these limits. This is about the recovery of territories, because if now the draft law which we've mentioned about the compensations for damaged housing and for the recovery of territories will require a spatial comprehensive planning. And now, at the local level, the issues of appropriations has not been resolved. As regards the authorities, a lot has been said, and I subscribe to that. I would like to speak about another thing, though, the functioning of businesses at the local level. Since our association used to be called the Association of Village and Town Communities, this problem remains topical for us, because 90% of revenues come from agrarian business. And we have some problems, like in Resolution 2120. Which there's a list of territories which are allocated by the Ministry of Regional Development as those in which hostilities were taking place, or those which are close to the front line. And no loans, no crediting takes place in those areas. No grants are given to it. At the same time, the taxation authorities impose taxes on fields which are heavily mined. And therefore, businesses end up in a very difficult situation. Another initiative we are concerned about is 6030 draft law about the abolition of economic code. This is about 6013 draft law. Another issue is related to individual farms and small businesses, and about drafting people into the military of those who work for in small farms and small businesses. A lot of people working there are being drafted now, even though that economic sector badly needs human resources. Another problem is related to revenues from taxes. Sometimes there are two people working on a farm, and if you take 50%, it'll be one person. In large-scale agricultural enterprises, the situation is much easier. Another set of issues is related to land and forestry. The process of decentralization is supposed to give all the lands to communal property, including those under forests. And in Chernihiv, in the police area, there are huge areas covered with forests, and forests are supposed to be the main source of revenue. But now there's a big problem as to the delimitation of authorities, and local communities cannot use this instrument. There's also a whole set of other land-related issues which are very complicated. There's a very vague procedure related to land management and designation of land parcels, and a number of other draft laws. Since now we are talking about priorities, I believe that this is one of them and should be taken into account by all the stakeholders at the executive and legislative level. And together with other associations and the relevant bodies, we have to resolve these problems, because during the war, a lot of people tried to do something good, but there are also initiatives which are not quite rightful. And people are trying to profiteer on the hard conditions which have taken shape in the country. So the tasks and the challenges are numerous. There are talks about taxation reform, and obviously there'll be a lot of debates about that. So I'm thankful to you for this event. I think we should hold events like this on a regular basis, because we do need to come back to these issues time and time again to properly support local self-governance bodies. Thank you. When you said on a regular basis, do you mean once a quarter? Yes, once a quarter would be the optimum frequency. That would be sufficient, and we would be able to interact with the central government properly. Thank you, Mr. Slobodyanek. Head of the Parliamentary Committee for Finance and Taxation Policy, Danilo Hitmantsov, has joined us very timely. We expected him to join at the very beginning, but it's only now that he has managed to join in. Mr. Hitmantsov, can you hear us? We don't seem to hear or see Mr. Hitmantsov. We know he's with us, but we still can't see him or hear him. Anyway, let's continue. I promise you that we will come back to the representatives of this committee, especially as Mr. Hitmantsov has just joined. I'm told that Mr. Hitmantsov is very pressed for time. So as soon as we can hear him, we'll give him the floor. Mr. Hitmantsov, can you hear us? Maybe you can? Nothing at the moment. We have Serhiy Karpuk from Volyn Oblast. Mr. Karpuk, welcome. We are talking about legislative priorities for this year, and we are interested to hear your take. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to attend this forum and to speak. I would like to thank the previous speakers who have dwelled upon the relevant issues in detail, and their proposals will help us improve local self-governance in Ukraine. I will not repeat what has been said before. I will only say that the issue of with forests is extremely important, because it's a big problem when all the lands with forests are being given to the state level, and the local communities have no right to use them. We've had more than 15 field trips. We've been to Poland, and we cooperate heavily. Over the last 2 years, since the elections of 2020, we've been given new functions and authorities, but very often they're not backed up with proper finance. So a lot of issues now require the revision of financial issues, like take social sphere, for instance. We're being approached by a lot of people who raise the issue of people who take care of their elderly relatives without any professional background for it. In financial terms, we're talking about 5 million hryvnias, which are to be allocated for people who take care of their disabled or elderly relatives. And people are given some perks and benefits, but basically it is up to the local communities to pay for that. And there are some imperative norms, like, for instance, the prosecutor's office and law enforcement bodies tell us how many people should work in local self-government bodies and so on. For instance, the service for the affairs of children. And in all the communities, these bodies should exist. But the number of people who should work in those departments should be something that local communities and local self-governance bodies should decide.
For instance, at our community of 4.5 thousand children live, and there are two experts who solve the issues at the children's service, but according to the norms, not more than 1,000 children should be per one person in staff, and that's why they demand from us to take more officers to this service, but the recent 10 years they provide the necessary level of services, the existing personnel, I mean. So these issues are important not only for us, but for our colleagues. We must have a right to decide ourselves how many people we should have in staff in order for local self-government authorities to function properly and effectively. Also, I would like to dwell upon the issues which are important for communities, resort communities, because in our territories, tourists arrive. We are a tourist community, and over the recent years, we've had a problem that we cannot collect a tourist fee because there is a norm of the tax code which allows us to collect this type of tax, but there is no mechanism of collection of such a fee and no responsibility. Over the period of my work, I've never heard or seen whether the tax service, which has a right to prosecute for violation of this rule, and I've never heard that they did that. So let's stop this tourist fee, because the head of the Committee for Finance, Taxation and Customs Policy, Danila, it must have joined us, and let's ask him about this tourist fee for the communities to be able to administer it. Thank you for joining us. And there were many questions related to taxation policy, financial issues. We'll begin with that. The community forms the local budget but cannot administer fees and taxes. Also, maybe you will prompt us how can they cope with all these issues. They also raise issue on restoration of payment for land and so on. I know that you always have something to say to our territorial communities. Restoration of payment for. Thank you for the possibility to speak. Beginning with a general point, I want you to understand correctly what do we do at the Parliament. what are our principles vis-a-vis local self-governments. We definitely are aimed at broadening the authorities of local self-governments, continue decentralization, strengthen local self-governments and local communities. But being engaged into public finance, I understand very well that any authorities described in the law, if they are not funded, they are dead. They do not work practically. So the issue of principle and the process of decentralization and strengthening local self-government is definitely financial stability. So what potential do we see here? Let's begin with what you mentioned, administering taxes. Certain steps have already been taken for local self-government authorities be able to make positive influence on their revenues, which include submission of information to local self-governments on tax arrears or payment taxes by legal entities which function or operate on the territory of a relevant community. And some local communities use this information quite effectively in order to tie up the tax discipline with solving these or that issues of these taxpayers by local authorities. It's a complicated issue. We started solving it before the war. We set up a task force together with representatives of local self-governance, Ministry of Finance and Tax Service on the issue of participation of local self-government in administration of local taxes. In principle, I'm the supporter of broadening the opportunities of local self-government so that they help them to collect local taxes, really collect. On the other hand, I cannot agree with proposals by some representatives of communities on setting up parallel tax bodies at the local level. It's absolutely unacceptable because we also have business in these relations between the state and the local communities, and they should not have any additional controlling authority. So concerning the administration of local taxes, we had draft tax on immovable property. Currently, it is the least effectively administered. So I would call upon participants and organizers to engage into the work on the relevant draft and try to use this text and provide local self-governing bodies the authority to administer this tax together with the taxation authority. But let us be frank, sometimes they do not cope with this, not because of taxation service, but because local authorities cannot submit the register, proper register to the taxation service. On the second, the local taxes, we agreed with the Association of Cities to introduce the reform of local taxation long before the war, and especially in terms of tax on immovable property. So I believe that the tax base in the form of square meters is not modern. It should be changed with the cost of substituted with the cost of the objects and other issues related to local taxes should be also worked out, like the taxes on vehicles. Speaking about local taxes, then the issue of individual personal income tax tied to the place of operations of businesses. And sometimes the legal entity opens its branch at some place, and the taxes are paid at the place of registration of the legal entity, not at the place where the branch operates. I think that the situation should be changed, but because of the war, this change was not introduced. But now I think we may come back to it. In terms of finance, we had a broad discussion with participation of local self-governments in terms of budgetary regulation and methods of budgetary regulation. Speaking about subventions and donations for equalization, as well as budgetary regulations according to the budgetary code definitely need to be upgraded and updated. But so far we don't have common opinion with the local self-governments, nor with the Ministry of Finance, nor with the budgetary committee on the mechanism of this. And here we need the professional discussion of this issue to be for us to be able to get proper results. Now, about restoration of payment for land, it's a complicated issue. I understand the position of local budgets, but I understand the position of people. Therefore, it should be solved based on peculiar features of this or that territory. There is a list of territories which is approved by the Ministry of Reintegration, and these territories where the taxpayers are relieved from paying land tax and tax on immovable property. It should be updated on the basis of peculiar features of territories, and it is clear that you're interested in making the revenues bigger, but on the other hand, if people don't have money and they cannot pay it, you will not get these revenues and this. So, in some words, this is about the issues which we could mention. Speaking about your proposals, we are at our committee, we're very open to any proposals, not only from the local self-governments, but from anyone. My personal contacts are also open. So if you have any proposals, please contact us and we will discuss them at professional level. Agree or disagree, but definitely will not keep silence. Thank you. I know that you don't have much time and you will hardly wait till the end of this discussion. But did you said that your contacts are open. how can communities have more frequent contacts with the committee and with you personally? We may, if there is an issue of finance, concerning finance, we may have a separate meeting dedicated to only this issue, so that we have no other issues under discussion. Well, we are not experts, but concerning these issues, we may have a brief meeting for about 40 minutes or 60 minutes, and I will be happy to participate in this discussion. Give people our contacts and let them contact us. Thank you. And I also want to say that Danilo Hitmantsev has a Telegram channel, Danilo Hitmantsev, and there is a lot of information which is useful for communities.
So please take a note of that. In the meantime, we move on. Andriy Sadovy, the head of the City Council, has just joined us. Welcome. Welcome to Ludmir Zubich, your deputy. We are now talking about the priorities of legislative acts in decentralization, and we
І чогось так думаю,
hear your opinion about that. And probably you would want to speak about the draft law on agglomerations, and no one has mentioned it yet today. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. We all understand that we are working during the war, and we should be very responsible. We should be creative in our work, and we should be wise, and this wisdom should be exhibited by all the communities at all the levels, because our society has shown unprecedented wisdom during the war. I recall when we had a Congress of regional authorities before the war, and at the decision of the president, a decision was taken whereby any draft law which is related to local self-government and local communities should be taken with the support of the Association of Cities. Everyone nodded, said yes, and at the end of the year, some communication glitch happened because 5655 draft law appeared all of a sudden. Not a single local authority had supported it. Even more, moreover, most of the local authorities had expressed their concern about that, but nevertheless, it was offered. And these glitches in communication do a lot of harm to our unity and cohesion. Discussions like this make it possible to move on. Any draft law which is useful for local communities will be full-heartedly supported. Because some draft laws are good and straightforward. Some have some debatable issues, and they have to be thrashed out, as it were. So I wish that all our parliamentarians and people of authority at all levels would communicate with the heads of local councils. Today at Lviv Council, we had a big discussion with our counterparts from the city of Mariupol, who look to the future now. And today, there are a lot of local communities who go through tough times because their territories are under occupation, and they are thinking about how they are going to rebuild their territories once we win a victory in this war. And all these plans for the future should be based on wisdom. We are strong, we are united, but if we are on top of that, if we are wise, we will prevail. So God forbid that we in Parliament have draft laws that divide the country. We have to look for wise solutions of compromise. And that should be done in cooperation with the heads of local councils, because they are people out in the field and they can help find the right way. This is the only suggestion that I have. And as regards the panel to which you invited me and which is related to the international package of issues, I can say that the president of Ukraine and the prime minister show unprecedented resolve. And I'm extremely proud to see that basically all countries of the world speak about Ukraine with pride. And we at all levels of authority should do everything possible that we have partners in all democratic countries of the world. I stand ready to join in, and we are trying to propagate this idea to bring people in contact with their would-be partners abroad. Because if we set up an worldwide network of local communities, this will strengthen our capacity immensely, because we cannot count on the president to do all the job for us. We all have to pull our weight. This is my wish. If somebody needs my experience and expertise, I stand ready to share it. We have to think about the current situation and to look to the future at the same time. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussion. I apologize if I insulted someone with what I've said, but I've spoken sincerely. Your deputy, Miroslav Zubic, is next to you. Maybe he wants to add something. He not just wants to say something. He worked for 4 years in a parliamentary committee, so he has his own perspective, and he would like to say something. Thank you. Dear colleagues, what I would like to focus on. At the moment, our country is at war, and this is a very complicated situation which creates a kind of a difficult choice for us, because on the one hand, there should be a clear-cut hierarchy, but at the same time, we have to look to the future and to think how we're going to operate after the war. So in terms of the interaction between the local level and the central government, we have to be absolutely sure that discipline is adhered to strictly when it comes to issues of security, considering that we are at war. But if we speak about the work of local communities and future development, everyone should deal with their own block of issues. And the issue of self-governance should be of utmost importance, because experience clearly shows that functions are best fulfilled if they are brought as close to the grassroots as possible. And this is the function of local self-governance. I used to be, as Mr. Sadovich said, an MP, and I know that at central level of power, there is an illusion that from high above, they see everything better and they know what to do better. But this is a bad mistake, because it's only people at the local level who know the nitty-gritty of what's going on there. Therefore, we have to focus on the local level. In spite of all the debates around 56, 55 draft law, we do hope that this draft law will be vetoed. It has not been signed, because this draft law is about interference in local self-governance. And once approved, it can create a lot of chaos in the area of urban development. So I do hope it will not get through. And I have grounds to believe that everything will be fine. Having said that, we need to go back to some of the issues which strengthen control, because recently in Lviv, for instance, we had an accident when a roof beam collapsed, and there was nobody to bring to account for, because the issue of control and responsibility was not properly resolved at that construction site. I listened to the previous speakers and I subscribe to everything they said. We believe that there should be a law which will finalize the outstanding issues related to administrative territorial structure. And I believe that the parliament should have the final say in that, and to rectify all the drawbacks made in that draft law. This is something which should unite us all, because this is an element of regional development strategy. And on the other hand, this is an instrument which will make it possible for us to ensure proper recovery of Ukraine after the war. It would be an illusion to think that recovery can be provided by top level of government without any participation of local authorities. That would be impossible. So I do hope that this draft law will be among the priority issues of our parliament. Thank you very much. The head of the Lviv City Council and your deputy, Tetiana Honcharuk, is joining us from Rivne Oblast, Bila Krynica local community. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Mr. Sadovy is a hard act to follow, but every locality has its own issues, and I'd like to raise something which is relevant for many of us. I'm talking about the issues of population. There should have been a census which would have resolved this issue, but unfortunately it never happened because of the war. And we know that financial support at the local level basically depends on the number of people living on one locality or another, especially now as we also have to take care of the IDPs. So the process of census, I guess, should be expedited somehow. Or maybe if it is impossible to carry out census, maybe the bodies which deal with the statistics could somehow give us additional individual data from different localities. And the law 111 from 2011, actually it's not a law but an order about the methodology of calculating rural residents. If it was amended, probably that would solve some of the issues. We operate the figure 9,913, but as a matter of fact, we have 11,000 people, which means that we are losing track of 1.5 thousand residents. And this results in lack of revenues in our budget. I believe that the communities which have petrol stations in their territories are in advantage, but at the same time they suffer losses, incurred losses, because this is about pollution of the environment. So maybe at the national level there could be some decisions about compensations for the deterioration of the environment for the areas which have gas stations on them. Thank you, and thank you for giving me the floor. Natalia Fedorova, Odessa Oblast, Safyanova, Town Council Head. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to take part in this event. I have heard the previous speakers, and it's a very important set of issues that we're discussing today.
Concerning development of our rural communities, also the issue of education subvention, personal income tax, land tax. But I'd like to raise another important issue. This is about spatial planning. We all know that a lot of functions came to our communities, but we all are limited in terms of capital repair, construction, all this related to general plans and spatial planning. Unfortunately, I'm going to talk about our own budget, but my colleagues will support me. Today, it's very difficult for any village budget to make these documents individually because it's very big sum. It's almost 10 million hryvnias. The village budget cannot cover such expenditures. We understand that Resolution 990 limits us in terms of capital or current repairs, but we all know that after victory, Ukraine will start rebuilding. But without this document, we'll not be able to do anything. Therefore, the proposal is to pay attention at the level of national budget and provide us targeted subvention for spatial planning for us to be able to develop our communities. The floor to Ludmila Prokopechko from Bereslav municipality, Odessa Oblast, Bereslav community. So my mic is off, microphone is off. Switch on the microphone, please. Do you hear me? Yes, at last we hear you. Thank you. My greetings to everyone, and I thank you for opportunity to participate in this forum. Preparing to it, I make up a list of issues which I would like to dwell upon, but it happens so that previous colleagues and speakers, especially heads of associations, have already done the profound analysis of all these issues. So these issues have been raised, not once. Therefore, I would like to draw attention to the most painful issues. The very fact that everybody speaks about the same issue, same problem, means that local self-governments are similar in their vision of future development, in their ideas. I would like to pay attention to some extremely important issues which we have already heard about. We talked about budget equalization, and I would like to draw attention to the fact that basic and reverse nations subventions are based on the coefficient of capability, which is composed of personal income tax per capita. So we ask to introduce changes so that the coefficient of capability be identified on the general income, general revenues of the local community per capita, because we live in different territories, have different opportunities, and that would be only fair. I didn't see everything because I joined you a little bit later, but currently under a very difficult situation in which we need to work the most efficient and effective way. And we already can do a lot of things now, speaking about the territory of our community. It is not in the area of war activities, and we can develop our territory, engage evacuated businesses, provide housing to IDPs. We can develop further, but unfortunately we have not such opportunity. I'd like to draw your attention to resolution 590. I ask to unblock most of those limitations which exist, because this precludes our development. We already heard about spatial planning, its construction, its repair of social infrastructure, which may serve many people who come to us from occupied territories. And also, Andrei Sadovy mentioned a very important thing, that Ukraine today must use all possible platforms for international cooperation. We also work on this. And over this year of full-scale war, we have already had a lot of agreements, grants, support, international technical assistance, but also there is a huge problem. Today I had to be not here, but in Berlin, because I was invited by partners who invited me to participate in the working meeting and signing a memorandum on partnership. But because of the law which recently was adopted, Odessa military administration, it didn't allow me to go on this trip. And I fully support those who say that today we have to speak more about Ukraine everywhere abroad with international organizations and partners. But for this, we must have an opportunity to go there. We're not going to have some vacation over there. We're going to work. And also, we've heard a lot about local taxes and their administering. And I would like to say that today we don't want to make a conclusion that decentralization is wrapping up, that our rights provided to us by the law and local self-government are going to shrink. We understand that there are limitations which are necessary during the war. We start getting accustomed to them, but we also want for the balance to be between local self-government and military administrations, public authorities, for the rules to be clear and then everything to be understood, and we all will work for our victory. Nobody has any doubt about victory, and let's work jointly and together for the sake of this victory and development of our state. Thank you. The floor is to Benjamin Sitov from Kharkiv Oblast. Benjamin is not here. Then the floor is given to Victor Simkaninets, Irshava, Zakarpattia. Please, Victor, switch on the microphone. Yeah. Good afternoon. We are talking about priorities in the area of decentralization. I'm glad that you invited me to participate in such important meeting and for raising these issues. What can I say? Definitely the military time makes its own corrections, but the life is going on. The issues which we discuss and what allows the local self-governance to develop and to have proper taxes is definitely the spatial planning, and I would like to make a proposal that the final provisions in the law of urban development to postpone its introduction at least till 2025. It's very expensive to do now, to make such large-scale work on spatial planning. So how can people do it in the east of the country, where the war is going on? And also there is a resolution, the cabinet number 853, the relevant funding in terms of providing subventions for this work was proposed. So our proposal is that these programs not to be postponed, but the funded be increased, not because not all communities can do this work. Then in 2019, the law on amendments to some legal acts of Ukraine get into force, according to which the shared participation in the development of infrastructure local communities was cancelled when new objects were started to operate. I think the norm might be renewed, but because for the development of communities, it's also it was important source of revenues. Also, in the law on local self-government, Article 12, we see that it's about labor relations. The number of days of leave is limited by 24 days, calendar days, which does not allow to provide such a number of days of leave to personnel. I think that the previous norm should be brought back. The budget code, Article 169, the environmental ecological fee, which is 25%. I think this 25% does not allow the community to solve issues related to environmental protection. I think that such ecological fee should be at least in 50%, at the level of 50%. Also, there is a norm in the budget code in Article 209 of the Land Code of Ukraine on the enlargement of directions of use of funds received for use of agricultural land. Also, this does not allow us to use fully these funds, and also I cannot understand the 590 resolution 590, where we have to pay from our funds certain works if it's not the state money, not subvention, not donation, if it is received from the local taxes. Why should we be limited in terms of what the community wants to pay for on its territory? Also in resolution 590 is also the turns, first turn, second turn, third turn also, which does not allow us to use and to fund projects, certain projects, and we cannot do this for us, we still have 3 million indebtedness since previous years. They will be paid, but the local self-governments cannot effectively cooperate with the organizations and companies now, and we cannot pay for some services now we have money on our accounts. So this is what I see in this situation at the moment. I believe that you all are tired, and our final leg of our forum, we have to sum up what we have talked about, and now my proposal is to come to the conclusions on the forum. And during our event, we had voting in terms of priorities.
So what has come out of it? The general conclusions. This pro-organization representative, Oksana Donets, will help us to sort this issue out.
Ще раз добрий день. Я сьогодні
Good afternoon once again. It's my function today to give you the results of opinion polls. And as you know, there was a survey throughout our forum. You will see on the screen, and I will orally announce the results of the survey. The first question, whether it is necessary to introduce changes and amendments to the law of Ukraine on the legal regime of martial law as regards local self-governance during the period of martial law, the 72-69. 92% of the respondents said yes, it is necessary. It is needed, rather. The second question, do you support the draft law on changes and amendments to some laws of Ukraine about the improvement of authorities of local self-governance bodies and their officials during the period of martial law, registration number 8056. 84% of the respondents replied in the affirmative. The third question, do you support the restoration and bringing back to the Verkhovna Rada Parliament the draft law about the delimitation of powers of state and local bodies of power in view of the changes of the status of a territorial structure? And 90% of respondents said that they support the idea that this draft law should be reconsidered by the parliament. The fourth one, do you support the draft law on the procedure of solving the issues of administrative territorial order, registration number 4664? Again, 90% of people support this idea. The fifth one, do you support the draft law on public consultations, registration number 4254? 97% of people support. Number 6, do you support the draft law on local referendum? 50 to 12, registration number. 83% of respondents to this. Number 7, do you support the need to introduce changes to the Constitution of Ukraine as regards decentralization? 98% of support. Do you support the draft law on changes and amendments to the law of Ukraine on local state administrations and some other legal acts of Ukraine as regards the reform of territorial organization of executive power. Registration number 4298. 91% of respondents supported this. 9. Do you support the development of the law of Ukraine on communal property? 97% of support. Number 10, do you support the draft law on the service in local self-governance bodies? Registration number 6504. 85% of respondents support this draft law. And the final question, number 11, is it needed to draft and adopt city urban development code? 97% of people supported this idea. Thank you all. If you noticed, the replies kind of aligned with the previously obtained ones which we had before. So we can say that these two surveys are mutually supportive as regards people's vision of our decentralization reform and local self-governance bodies. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Garnets. We move on. We've just had the results of the survey, which we were carrying out during the forum. And they show that the local self-governance bodies basically support the draft laws which are currently being prepared. Maybe some of them require additional work, but the relevant parliamentary committee and the ministry have been working in concert. And now I give the floor to Alexandra Azarkhina, Deputy Minister for the Development of Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine, for concluding remarks. I've been just told that Alexandra is here. Good afternoon. Thank you. Sorry, I had to dash off for a while. Well, there are a lot of thoughts and ideas, and I thank all those who have worked on this. I'd like to point out two things. The draft laws, which we've singled out as priorities, are really key, and I hope that we together will make it happen. We'll take them step by step. We've heard about draft laws which are fivefold more than we previously planned, but we will work on that. The second thing is related to our work with data. Next week, we're going to have a training session on the register of damaged property, and I encourage all of you to get involved because this is an issue of prioritization of financial allocations. Another issue is work aimed at the reconstruction of our country. We hope that we will finally decide which kind of document should be put in place to make it happen. And we are also expecting your ideas concerning the priority points of further decentralization reform. This is a lot of work ahead. We'll keep in touch. We'll use all our support projects, and we will move on. Thank you very much, organizers, for this wonderful forum. Thank you, Alexandra. And the final word will be head of one of Gabriel Abraham, one of our key partners in this work. Mr. Abraham, the floor is yours.
Dear esteemed colleagues and partners, Thank you for joining us today at this forum. We're proud to have established this forum as a tradition that provides inclusive, sustainable platform for central, regional, local governments and experts. At USAID Hoverla, we support such forums to ensure that local governments have the opportunity to voice their views and positions. This advocacy mechanism is met with the central government that is willing to listen and consider them, demonstrating the importance of dialogue, coordination, and partnership. Hoverla will continue to provide support to the Legislative Forum ahead of future parliamentary sessions. We will continue to support Ukraine with legislation, decentralization, and alignment with the principles of the European Charter for Local Self-Government. Establishing legislative conditions for communities' recovery and development will serve as the basis for the return of Ukrainians and foreign businesses, refugees, and the integration of internally displaced persons. It will also foster a favorable climate for the activation of international municipal partnerships and the preparation for EU accession. We're confident that the results of today's forum will be taken into account by legislators in their work. However, there are other relevant items discussed that need to be integrated. And I want to just highlight some of the main points that were made today as priority for local governments: decentralization, local budgets, subsidies and taxes, transparency, including anti-corruption and digital solutions, reconstruction, including urban development, environmental restoration, demining, solid waste management, local economic development, land management, standards and rules, energy security, and IDPs and returnees. Regional issues such as intermunicipal cooperation and twinning of cities, delegations of power and municipal services, elections, and local referenda. We at Hoverla are proud to support the Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom, democracy, and a fair society. Following this event, we will disseminate event materials and notes. Of course, it goes without saying that all of the documents will be saved on the decentralization.gov.ua website. We will provide forum and survey results to the VRU, to the Verkhovna Rada, for consideration, enumerating the priorities of local government. We will conduct a roundtable with stakeholders to discuss the forum and survey results and follow-ups. As we close this meeting, I would like to express my gratitude to our partners, and these include the Office of the President of Ukraine, the United States Agency for International Development, the Ministry of Communities, Territories, and Infrastructure Development, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine's Committee on Local Self-Government, the head of Oblast administrations, the mayors and leaders of the communities, and the associations of local government. Finally, I would like to thank the Hoverla and Despro staff, and specifically Nadia Petruniak, for their hard work to have made this event happen. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо вам, пане Абрагам. Від себе лише додам, що хоч і довгою сьогодні була наша
Thank you
розмова.
very much, Mr. Abraham. Even though we've had such quite a lengthy forum, it was extremely important for the future of our country, because it was about the future local self-governance, hence it was about the quality of life of our people. The reform largely depends on the timely legislative reform. Until now, we've been lucky with the timeliness of this reform, and we hope that this will remain the case. I now would like to thank the organizers of this forum, the Ministry for the Development of Territories and Communities, Despro organization, and USAID project of Hoverla. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, and see you in the future.